All right, we messed up a bunch there. Here we are though, we're streaming. Check that out. I like that thumbnail. Anyway, I just whipped that up in like a second. I just thought it'd be funny. All right, so we will be doing the Nick Fuentes versus Piers Morgan debate in just a sec here. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Oh, I should reset the model a little bit though. But yeah, look at this. Let's see. Did that work? Let's see. Reset there. Okay. Are you working? Why? What the frick? Did my mouse track? This is annoying. It was working and now it's not. Webcam. Where is? Okay. This is really annoying. Give me one sec. Connections. No. Audio. Audio link. Lip sync. Did you turn off if I link you? Will that work? All right, are we working now? Yes, it looks better now. That was weird. My lip tracking totally stopped. Okay, good. Yeah, nice. That's a little goofy. Okay, that seems good enough. I can fine tune it later. But yeah, look at this new model. I really like it. Well, it's, you know, partially new. And it's nice. It's super modular too. Like I can take off different parts. I really like it. I really like it. I like it a lot. I can't say just how much I like it. Yeah, so I've got the little ghostly glowing eye thing. I got the hat with the feathers that wobble a little bit. I fixed it so I'm not looking too far to either side. I think that'll be an improvement as well. And let me just go through some of the stuff I can do here. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, so we got a few different things. We can get the Thug Life glasses. We can get the Thug Life glasses. You can get that by typing Thug Life in chat. We have a mustache. It wobbles. We have a Santa hat, which hopefully is all set up correctly. Yes. It also wobbles. We have a snow effect. Did that work? It takes a little while to fall, but yes, we have snow effect. We have sparkly lights. I like that one too. We can glitch ourselves out. Very nice. And we have a cool, whoops, wrong one. Ghost effect here. I'll wait till everything else fades, or most of it fades at least though. Oh yeah, let me open my drink here. I'm still cracking up about the thumbnail. Again, it's just a MS Paint. It's intentionally janky, but I just had the idea and had to go with it. So that's my YouTube thumbnail. Yep. Yeah. All right. Go away, Snow. I could turn it off, but it's not fully set up for that. Where are we? There we go. Okay. Twitch kick promoter. Interesting. Okay. Okay, everything seems to be running. Is that okay? Good, that can get boosted. Okay. All right, are we ready to jump over? Oh yeah, I wanted to show ghost effect. Oh, that's the glitch effect. Thankfully that one doesn't last long. Whoa, almost knocked my drink over. Wonderful. So yeah, I can get all ghostified. Kind of cool. Might do more with that. I like it. But yeah, if I can, whoops, I keep doing the wrong thing here. But yeah, if I can get that cooler looking, I might become a full ghost or something because I like the ghost pirate motif. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh yeah, one more thing. I also had a couple throw things, so I can throw Christmas items at me. Very cool. Very cool. Bonk, 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 bonk. I can throw healing potions at me. And I can throw a Bible at me. Repent! But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this new program. It's got a lot of features. And again, I like the hat. I like the glowing eye thing. I wanted it in the chest, but it just wasn't really fitting, so it ended up working better as in my eye there. Oh shoot! All right, give me 1 sec. That's pretty funny timing. Give me 1 sec here. Are we? Whoops! What the heck? No, stop! Jesus! I don't know what happened there. All right, sorry about that. I was playing phone tag with someone, so I did have to get that. All right. Let's see. We got everything up and running. Really, kitty? All right. All right. All right. All right. I think we're good. Let's get you back into position. Shush, kitty. All right. All right. All right. Let's go over to the next window here. This is, yeah, that looks fine. Why is they're trying again. Why is this thumbnail so blown out though? It's the wrong, it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious, whatever. Oh, and it's just jumping right in anyway. What the heck is going on with my browser, man? Okay. But anyway, the main feature is the Fuentes debate, but I think I'm a little bigger than usual. Let me see about, let's just drag you down a little bit. that working? Is that working? That looks fine. Wonder if that's the best angle. Yeah, that should be fine. All right. But yeah, so we'll be doing the really, kitty? We'll be doing the Nick Fuentes debate in just a sec, but I like to get warmed up, so we'll do this is Hero High Concord devs have returned. It's bad. I saw this and was like, that could be a fun little intro video. Let's go ahead and do it.
So there's this game called Highguard that just had a trailer released, and people are calling it like Concord 2.0 or the new Concord. You can see this take from Paul Tassi saying, Highguard currently sitting at a golden 1 to 10 Concord dislike ratio on YouTube. Hard to understate how tired people are of new live hero shooters. The craziest thing was to think you should close the show with this, however. Really quick, let's talk about Paul Tassi though. This is a man who rated Dragon Age the Veilguard 8.5 out of 10.
Ooh,
he is absolutely, in my opinion at least, one of those corrupt, compromised corpo journalists. And the Veilguard thing's just one example, but Paul Tassi's been doing stuff like this for a while. My point is, he's also one of the sort of people that never wanted to admit that part of the reason why Concord failed was also because it was filled with DI slop. Like, yes, I can agree that it came out in a saturated genre, and the price point didn't help it. But bro will never admit that the character roster, which is one of the most important things in a hero shooter, was also just DI slop with Concord. You know, these sort of people, man, they never want to face the facts. Now, as for this new hero shooter that's coming up, Highguard, that we're talking about for the main topic of this video, we've actually got some of the Concord team working on this one. Genius. For example, over here on their official website for the dev team, Wildlight, they talk about their team, and they've got Jessica Grant, who had worked on Concord and some other games there, and someone else. Where's the other person? Daniel Luna, who had also worked on Concord. Yeah, great people to bring on, that's for sure. You know, recipe for massive success right there. And it looks like Highguard's coming out in a mere, oh, what the frick? The graphic changed. When I was clicking record, it said 44 days. Hold up, let me just refresh the page. Okay. Days until launch, 44. 44 days. Mark your calendars, guys. That might be a fun one to keep track of. So I'll show you the official trailer for this game, now, Highguard, as well as like the first minute or so, which is Jeff Keighley hyping it up, which was another reason people are so critical of this game. They're like, really, all that hype for this? I don't watch the Game Awards, and I wasn't familiar with their like protocol, but apparently they normally share a giant important reveal for last. And this was their final reveal this year, so it's getting like extra mocked for that reason too. Like real I wonder, chill again, moment. They're really trying to present this thing as like the next big hero shooter.
It got massively
and
disliked.
I think the game looks really generic and mid.
But if it's just a couple Concord devs,
you know,
I don't really
Concord
care.
was just
I'm
so exceptional in so many
ways,
in a terrible ways, of course. And it's going to be hard to assess just how potentially bad this game is until we actually get like the official character roster, which as of recording has not yet been released. Because as we just discussed, the character roster is one of the most important things for a hero shooter, and while we obviously can see some of the characters in the trailer, that's probably not all of them. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see once it's released. But for now, here is the trailer.
Okay, so we do get to watch the whole trailer.
You know, sometimes our last reveal at the Game Awards is a teaser for something years and years away. But not tonight. Our final world premiere comes from 61 members of the team that built Apex Legends and Titanfall. 4 years ago, the principals founded a new independent studio with the hopes of pushing the shooter genre forward with a new original game. They've done it in complete secrecy, which is even more amazing because the game is very deep into development. The power of independent, self-published studios to push this medium forward is a growing and I think positive theme in our industry. And so tonight, you're not only going to get the announcement of the game, but also your first look at the gameplay. I've played it, and after you see this trailer, I think you're going to want to as well. Welcome to Highguard.
Highguard.
Into lands uncharted and dangers untold. I venture without fear and ride without rest. For coin or for cause, I fight to the end.
Bringing the heat.
Your light belongs to me.
Damn. Okay, so post got deleted. Unfortunately, that was pretty
Moving
funny.
in for the attack.
Shield breaker forming. Blade out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be good, but I think part of the reason it's getting ripped is just because, like you said in the intro, people are a little sick of the hero shooter sort of thing, and I wonder if it is. Like, it could. There's nothing saying that. It could be like customized soldiers or something that you can choose different looks, but it does look, just based on the abilities, that it is going to be a hero shooter kind of thing. Yeah. Ooh, that looks cool though. I like the little secret thing. Yeah, I don't know. Could be fun, but it just looks not amazing. Okay, I like some of the graphics. It looks cool, but it doesn't look necessarily like my type of game. If it's free to play, I'll give it a try. I mean, yeah, let's do it.
I am a warden, and this
But I get the
is my
hesitation.
oath.
It's probably not free to play though. But you know, oh, ooh, there we. All right, fine.
Pretty crazy, that's right. Highguard launches in just 7 weeks on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. It is insanely fun to see, fun to play, as you saw in that trailer.
So yeah, definitely looks
January
generic and mid in
26th.
my
Yeah, I'll
opinion.
check it out.
And two of those characters also have that really boring, generic, modern audience sort of haircut that for some reason you'll see AAA devs
There was a
just
hot chick,
loving.
though, and
They
that's
always
always a
love
good
to use
sign.
that one. That said, yeah, definitely not as bad as Concord though. And the
Yeah,
memes
nowhere
calling
near.
it like Concord 2.0 are funny, especially because there's a few Concord devs working on this. But at the same time, when I see people like Paul Tassi saying this is just like Concord, like, I don't trust that dude one bit. It seems like it's an attempt at like whitewashing how bad Concord was, and again, their deflection about the DI elements and how far Concord went down with those elements, I should say. Went with those elements. But yeah, anyways, moving on from that, there's also another layer to this as well, because people are saying they're disappointed that from the creators of Titanfall, that like they expected something like
Yeah.
actually cool.
Yeah,
especially-
some people were expecting Titanfall 3. That was the tweet I was trying to find. I don't know why it got deleted, but it was pretty funny. It was Doki Bird reacting to the Game Awards. And let me just do a search, see if I can find another one. But yeah, she thought it was going to be Titanfall. Doki Game Awards. But yeah, she thought it was going to be Titanfall, and you could see her get like destroyed when it turned out it wasn't. It was pretty funny. I do not see it. Yep, I don't think so. Let's search by latest instead, because it. Yeah, that's too bad. I don't know why it got yoinked. But yeah, it was pretty funny. All right, enough of that.
Actually, after Jeff
But yeah,
Keighley hyped
Titanfall
it
3
up,
would have been cool.
as someone who never played Titanfall and never really got into hero shooters at all, I you know, I can't really comment too much on this stuff
Titanfall
because I'm really
wasn't a
not
hero
familiar at all
shooter,
with it. But that's what I'm
as
seeing
I
people
recall.
saying. I'm
It's
seeing
been a
people
while.
saying like they wanted a specific Titanfall thing. I forget if they were saying they wanted a sequel or something. But what they wanted was definitely not this, right?
Yep.
The only hero shooter I ever got into was Marvel Rivals, and I still really like that game a lot. But honestly, I haven't played it in like 3 months, bro. I've played like a
Yeah, I played
handful of
some
games in the
Marvel
last 3
Rivals,
months,
but
simply
dropped it
because there
too.
are so many games that I'm playing right now, and I have like hundreds of hours in Rivals. I do like it, and I want to get back into it, but there's only so much time in a day. And I'm right in the middle of 2 different Total War 3 Warhammer campaigns, right in the middle of trying to get back into EU5 because we just had crazy
Total War
patches
3.
for that. I still want to get back into Stellaris. I just picked up Octopath Traveler 0. I never played any of those games. And I know, like, apparently from the reviews, it's, like, mixed for Octopath Traveler 0. If any of you are playing that, by the way, let me know if you're liking it. It's the first Octopath, excuse me, it's the first Octopath Traveler game that I've played, but so far, I am enjoying it. What else? I think there's some other stuff I'm playing right now, too, but, like, I'm not trying to run through the whole list. Point is, you get the point, I think, you know, only so much time.
Yeah.
A lot of people are also talking about this tweet.
We got clickbaited a little bit on this. I was hoping it would be more dramatic. Like it was two Titanfall devs. I was hoping we'd get, and one of them was like just a manager or something. I forget, but yeah, it didn't even look that impactful. But I was hoping that the Concord people actually all came back and were like, "We're doing it again." But anyway,
From one of the devs on High Guard over at Wildlight. He says, day one of being a game dev with a public-facing game, and I got 75-plus quote retweets personally ripping me apart simply for being excited to share what I poured myself into for years. Lock the account for the time being.
weak shit.
I haven't seen the
Jeez.
messages
like,
that he's referring to.
Like, what is that? Like, I feel for him. Like, it's not fun, but just like playing the victim. Oh, 75 plus quote retweets personally ripping me apart. Like, I get it. I get that would get to you, but it's like, yeah, also just deal, man. I don't know. Like, yeah, like it's not fun people hating on you, but yeah, just deal with it. And you can even turn it into a good thing too. But yeah, I mean, it's not his fault, and he should be excited. I mean, whatever. Sad it's
For
not
years.
getting-
Lock the account for the
better-
time being.
getting
I haven't
better
seen the
received,
messages
but
that he's referring
I mean,
to,
that's
so
weak shit.
I don't know. Maybe he's really getting crazy harassment, or maybe it's just criticism. Now, we've seen different AAA devs. I'm not saying this dude's one of them, but we have seen other AAA devs get very mild criticism, and then they suddenly try to play victim, and they start talking crazy stuff about, like, the
Mildly
far-right
criticized
chuds are
dies.
sending hate and threats to me. And it's like, bro, that didn't even happen. You're just, like, making stuff up and sounding crazy. So, who knows? Make of it all what you
Death
will.
threats.
So yeah, not a great outlook for this game so far, and it's set to release like mid-January. We'll see how it all goes, and I am keeping an eye out for that character roster if they release it beforehand. Let me know what you think about all this in the comments. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a great week ahead, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Okay. Piers got cooked. Oh, nice. We got all kinds of drama there. All right, that's all good. Let's move on to the next thing. So we're gonna be doing the Piers Morgan versus Nick Fuentes debate. We're gonna be watching over on Rumble 202. This is slightly shorter, but anyway, I've heard. Oh, and let's go to theater mode. See how that works. That looks fine. Not 100%, but that should work. But yeah, I think we will go ahead and watch over here. Hopefully that is the right decision. But yeah, I wanted to start over here because I wanted to show that everyone talking about Nick Fuentes and stuff, and oh, I would never platform him. Like, look what happens when you do. Like, and that is why people do that. If you notice, I'm sorted by popular here. This, to be fair, this is live where it's not most of his biggest hits are not live. Like you can see, this has 23 million views, but it is worth, even before we jump into it, you can see that a bunch of this popular stuff is the controversial stuff. Like second most watched video is Andrew Tate. We've got another Tate up here. Kanye, Tate, and Israel, like, so yeah, and it's a bunch of Israel stuff. Like, that's going to be controversial in and of itself. Gender identity, Jordan Peterson, Tristan Tate, Ben Shapiro, Shmuley. So yeah, more Tate. Yeah. So I mean, you can. Whoops, not shorts. Live. But yeah. Anyway, the most recent one is also the most watched. 4.6, beaten stuff from 3 years, 3 months. Let's see. And again, you've got Kanye, Andrew Tate. Like, the pattern repeats. But anyway, like I said, I think we'll watch it over. Probably because he didn't do the outro, the Piers Morgan outro, but or something like that. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump in. It's a week late at this point, but I've been really wanting to do this, and this is probably going to take up our entire stream thing since we'll be reacting to it. So yeah, we got 2 hours to get through here. Let's hit it.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the line should be drawn. And
right-wing hypocrisy. I'm not even sure I get what his point is there, but anyway, it's not important anyway. But yeah, right-wing hypocrisy. Oh, maybe like the right also saying he should be canceled or something?
A preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. And you get the beef prices down. Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show, and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform, and Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. Joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
That's so weird.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you.
I don't know you.
I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk as we prepared for this in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you.
In the business,
I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have
by the way,
two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes...
I will say I should watch more Fuentes. I'm not in the know enough to say how deranged he gets on his own show. I know there are a bunch of clips. I know some of them are out of context. Like he likes to joke around, which I'm not defending him. I mean, I'm not going to try to defend either of them. I'm just going to give my opinion here. But my point is, I'm not like saying he didn't do anything wrong or anything. But I actually don't like that he jokes around because there's all these clips out of context, and in my opinion, it hurts his credibility. He's not trustworthy. He likes to farm for that attention, so it means you can't take him 100% seriously. But my point is, I haven't seen enough of his show to know if he's like constantly engaging in, to use, for lack of a better term, hate speech. But yeah, I don't know if he's actually always going off and being all deranged. I do know Piers is correct that Fuentes does moderate himself when he comes onto these shows. So in that respect, there are two different personas to that, to some extent. Anyway, let's just keep going. But I do think it's interesting because, like I said, I don't know enough about Fuentes to make a judgment on that.
Said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
It's a first.
I'll try not to interrupt too much, but I mean, we are reacting here. I actually have the opposite concerns of that. I think if anything, him moderating, he's trying to get more mainstream, and I think if anything, he's not going back necessarily to his super provocative. Obviously, he's still incredibly provocative, but he's not going back to some of those same things. He is trying to moderate his position, and I don't necessarily think it's some deep conspiracy to then try to flip it back the other way. I think if anything, he is legitimately moderating.
But what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison, or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is.
I remember.
And so
D-Live.
I had a small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting, and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one, and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody. Even
I disagree because he has a very big fan base of people who like him for his controversial stuff. That won't necessarily translate into electoral wins, but still, I don't think he's out of the running either, because people are getting increasingly sick. It's been increasing for decades now, but people have just been getting sick of the censorship, which has only been getting worse for the most part. Sometimes it gets better. But yeah, there have been ups and downs, but people are just not enjoying the censorship. So they enjoy, it's part of Trump's appeal too, is they enjoy someone who's going to tell it like it is, or what they think like it is, or just be edgy. So I disagree with Nick here that that he's shooting himself by not censoring himself more. I think it's quite the opposite. He's popular exactly because he decided to be very edgy.
A lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other, and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University. And I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change.
Answer.
I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first,
Absolutely.
you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart Celler, they're coming from China,
65.
India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing,
unrelenting wave
increasing
of immigration. Yep.
For
Joe
the
Biden.
first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants, and then it would stop.
But yeah, just to explain that for those of you not in the know, why probably he was quoting it too because his words were way too close. But unrelenting stream of immigration is one of my favorite Joe Biden quotes. He was vice president at the time, and he said that we had that there is an unrelenting wave of immigration, and that they're not white, and that white people are dwindling, and there will be, and this is almost a direct quote, a minority of people in this country who are of white European stock, and that's a good thing. That's a source of our strength, or something like that. So vice president literally said less white people is a source of our strength, less white Europeans. And so anyway, and he used the words unrelenting stream of immigration. So I think that's what Nick was doing there, and that's definitely what I was doing there.
And then you'd have another wave, and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
He's correct, yes. And that is one of the big differences, is just there's always going to be some conflict with new immigrants, new arrivals. But if they're arriving in relatively small numbers and coming from cultures that are somewhat similar to the new country they're arriving at, and you don't flood the zone with massive amounts down the line too, they will eventually not perfectly, like that's the thing, even 3rd generation, 4th generation, 5th generation immigrants may still have loyalty to their host country or culture. And like especially the more different and more true they are to that culture, like if they're coming from a strong culture that is different than the host culture, they are more likely to continue to not fully integrate, to have that lingering loyalty. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying all of them, I'm saying on average, in aggregate, you are going to have more people that are not integrating, that are keeping loyalty to the other countries. But yeah, anyway, no, he's correct in that, it needs to be in small numbers, and you can't flood the zone in the future either. They need time to integrate. So yeah, it's that's the trick. Limited immigration and continued limited immigration, and you'll get higher levels of integration.
You mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So yeah, I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden. And you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation. And they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again,
so
that's
many
the
with no
distinction.
break,
That's what makes
like
it
I was saying.
unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people.
What's your point? Like, that just seems almost like a non sequitur. I'm curious to see where he's going with this, but it's like everyone is a product of your environment. So that's kind of the point. If you're taking people from a alien environment, you're going to get different people. That is why you want to have a somewhat matched culture.
Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. Said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you.
Them.
As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick,
but
to be clear,
I think
I'm
everybody
not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents,
But yeah, an interesting part here, and you can see Nick is a little rattled, is I believe, at least I think that's what Nick has said, is he has never used his father's name. It's one of those things where it is easy enough, I'm sure, to find, but like Piers knew what he was doing, and it was to try to rattle Nick, and he did succeed to that extent, but I believe it was pretty scummy. But yeah, no, he was putting out Nick's father's full name there, Bill Fuentes, I believe. And again, that had not been used, and Piers knows he has a massive platform, especially when he has Fuentes on. He knows there's going to be tons of eyes on this, so yeah, no, he knew what he was doing, and I do think it's pretty scummy.
Parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the South side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, in the West Side, on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill. and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event, and they light up the trees, and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability.
I think that's a great point. And again, Nick's just very good. Like, you can say he's being disingenuous or trying to put on a specific show, like trying to be unracist or whatever. And that's fine. I don't know enough about him to know if that's true or not. That's a funny pause, by the way, with the is that his tongue? Is he folding his lip? I can't even see. I can't even tell. But anyway, but no, it's a very good point. Like, and it's not exclusively black people's fault and all that, but black people are also hurt. The ones that want to do things the right way, the ones that want to live good, quiet lives, all that, are also hurt by black crime, like more than everyone else, actually, because they're nearest it, but also the crumbling culture and the swarms of immigration. It affects everyone. Like, people want to act like it's some white nationalist argument. No, a bunch of black people are also against like changing the culture and changing the country, and that is what people need to get about the immigration debate. And Nick is definitely correct on that. A lot of people are correct on that, and thankfully it is becoming a more mainstream perspective. And it's so wild to talk about, because it's stuff everyone knows except people who have brainwashed themselves out of knowing it. But the Democrats used to talk about the great browning of America. That's their phrase. They used the browning of America until people were getting pissed off at it, and they're like, let's move away from that. And then they call you a conspiracy theorist for saying exactly what they were saying. They will tell you they're replacing the culture. They'll tell you they're replacing white people. And I'm not talking just about the Democrats. Republicans haven't been much better. A bunch of people will openly tell you that immigration changes culture, that we're having unprecedented immigration. They know they're changing culture. They know they're changing the demographics. And then you're a racist and a conspiracy theorist if you point it out. And thankfully, I think people are getting sick of that. That's not holding as much water. It's only the militant left primarily, as well as some good boy neocon types that normie right. That want to appeal to the non-racists, as it were. And again, I want to be very clear. I'm not encouraging racism. I strongly believe you should judge individuals as individuals, but you should also have pattern recognition and see where issues are coming from. So it's not about being mean to individual black people. Don't do that. But it is about, like, there's a black crime issue. There is a issue with immigrants not adapting to the culture, and that includes white immigrants. Like, we've taken some very bad white immigrants as well. The immigration as a whole has it's collapsed, and it is bringing in quite bad people. Often, again, not always.
We have
some, I assume, are good people.
A lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so Again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
Okay, it's funny that he goes, I live in a diverse city, because I was about to pause for that exact point. I didn't know too much about Piers Morgan. I do like his show. I like because it creates a lot of drama and as well as productive conversations. Like there have been some very good conversations and important information there. So I do appreciate his content. But yeah, anyway, it came out when people were looking into it after his talk with Tucker Carlson, where they were talking about Britain and London. And I believe Piers lives in like a 99.7% white section of London. So while it's true that London is incredibly diverse, Piers's neighbors are not. Let's just leave it at that.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the same.
Also, the more diverse it has gotten, the less great it has gotten.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before in America.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems
you
with
have Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in...
I have seen like sword fighting compilations on the streets of London. It's not good. It's not good.
Say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
But you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, the stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he be?
It's also interesting, like, see the little bit of information there. He said he read that for the first time and did he even listen to / watch the clip? And I don't know the context there. And I will say Nick is probably trying to have it both ways. Like, I don't know why he told that story and if it was to say, like racism or whatever. But yeah, Piers saw that for the first time. Like, he's probably not going through, or read it for the first time. He's probably not going through all of Nick's old stuff personally. So people are handing him clips they think will make Nick look bad. That's just, I don't know. That's not honest. Like, absolutely hold him accountable. Although, I mean, there are tactical issues there as we are seeing, because Nick's pretty good and will have answers to it, so it might not be the best strategy if you're actually trying to discredit him. But anyway, point is, if you want to, absolutely hold him accountable. But it seems really weird and a little scummy to try to hold him accountable for things you didn't even know he did. Like, absolutely hold him accountable for the stuff that he's notorious for that you don't like. Like, and I know we get into it because I have seen a little bit of this when it was live before I went off to work. But yeah, absolutely hold him accountable for the stuff you think is vile that you already knew about, that you were offended by, like that he said Hitler was cool or whatever. Like, there's all kinds of things, but to bring up stuff you didn't know he'd even said, it reeks of smear tactics. It's not genuine. Like, again, hold him accountable for stuff he's notorious for saying. Absolutely. Hey, so why did you say Hitler was cool? Hey, so why don't you like the Jews? Whatever, all that stuff. Absolutely, go at him for that. But to bring up stuff you didn't even know about, I don't know.
Become racist. Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruption?
And again, he's trying to have it both ways. He didn't say it's not real Italian food. He said it's black fare. That is there is a distinction there.
Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said
that you didn't even know about.
Show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60.
right? You were born in
60.
19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story,
what was that? All of
this?
This?
About in this interview, is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay, I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
This is going to be good. Oh,
they're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Should I interrupt here or yes. Let me find that because this I just absolutely loved when I saw this. It's absolutely amazing, and this seems like the good place to slip that in. So, all right, I've got it here. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Go away and bring you over here. All right.
Stop the Jew.
All right. Here we go. Here we fucking go.
So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the
Jews.
No, it's not
concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Jews.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's literally that simple.
Oh my God.
So
yeah. I just fucking love that. Anyway, let's rewind it a little. I want to catch the last bit here.
Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
I'm crying a little.
And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
you just said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's funny or?
I do. I think it's hilarious.
Yes,
I think it's
is.
totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that
some
blacks
of them
should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are.
Some of them absolutely would. I saw some pretty funny videos of the Hodge twins, black conservatives reacting, and they agreed, like with a clip of Nick Fuentes saying that kind of the same thing. We live in paradise if you could just snap your fingers and make blacks go away. And they were like, he's so right. It was a freaking funny clip. But yeah, he is funny. Like, again, Piers doesn't realize that he's fucking taking the piss out of him here. Like, he's messing with him. And I'm guessing he was exaggerating for comedic effect with the most blacks need to be in prison, because like they don't, and he's saying 5% here, like, so. But yeah, a fair percentage of blacks do need to be in prison, and it's not most, it's not the majority or anything like that, but like he's saying the criminals. So yeah, again, I don't know, I'm not trying to defend him, but like that clip was probably half for shock value, half, for hyperbole. And fuck, I don't know, maybe he hates black people. I don't think so, honestly. And again, that's not even trying to defend him. I'm not super familiar with him, but that's not the feeling I get. Yeah, but yeah, no. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, our justice system is messed up, and it's not even about jailing the majority of blacks. Again, I don't want that, but the criminals should absolutely be jailed, and we do currently have a system that is, I mean, they call it the revolving door criminal justice system, and a bunch, like, the worst offenders are repeat offenders. You really need to, when people continually commit crime, keep them locked up. Like, don't let them continually commit crime. Protect society from those people, whatever their skin color is. And a fair few are black. There is a disproportionate representation. So yeah, those black criminals need to be kept in jail. It's pretty clear cut. But yeah, I mean, you have those instances of someone with like 20 prior convictions or 70 prior convictions. Like, there are insane numbers where it's just like, this guy never should have been out on the street. We need something like a 3-strike law. I know that can get abused. There are issues there, but we need something like that. Or we need something with a climbing, multiplying exponentially maybe thing, where, so maybe it's not 3 strikes, but maybe like on your 3rd strike, you go away for, 10 times as long. And then on your 4th strike, maybe you go away for 30 times as long, and then like 100 times. Like, just there needs to be a point where you're just like, we're throwing away the key until you can prove that you've changed, because it's insane letting these people out and then who go on to kill Americans that have had like 70 convictions for various things, including multiple violent attacks. Like, we have people who have knifed people before who then go out and knife people again. We have people who shoot people, then go out and shoot people again. It's insane.
You were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny? Or?
It is.
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black
and this is a common frame throughout the whole thing, but it's just we're already seeing it here. I've seen some of it from the parts I've seen, but it doesn't work anymore. Pierce's whole thing is trying to like do moral bullying, and people are sick of it, and it just comes off as weak too. I've seen Piers fall into the same trap so many times, and we can get into why his humiliation kink, his actual cuckery. I mean, maybe he gets off. I think he does on getting publicly humiliated, but all you have to do to win an argument with Piers, and it doesn't even matter if you're right or wrong, you just have to not back down. You like, because all he's got is that bullying. All you have to say is like, no. Like, you could say much worse things than the majority of blacks need to be in prison or whatever Fuentes said. You could say much worse than that, like actually calling for violence, and you still win the argument with Piers for the most part. Again, some people are going to be like, no, I'm seeing the content here, I don't like what he's saying. But Piers is still going to come off as incredibly weak if you're like, hey, do you think it's terrible that you called for violence? And you just go, nope, I want violence. Like, again, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. if you don't back down, he doesn't have anything because his whole moral bullying relies on you admitting you were wrong. And if you don't, he doesn't have a whole lot.
American would find it funny. You think that, that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me.
Probably
and you want
true.
to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people.
Yep.
You think black
I
people
said that
want to live
earlier.
in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here.
No, it's very true, and it's tragic because it's a stupid system where the cops, or usually at the behest of some liberal mayor or something, don't want to police the high crime locations that are majority black because they don't want to be seen as racist. They don't want to be seen as going after blacks. So they actually under-police those areas, and those are black areas. So the victims are going to be black people. The police are absolutely failing black people because they're not policing black people. It's insane. It's just, it's disgusting. Again, like he was saying here, black people are getting shot by other black people, and the shooters are not held to account by the system. They're often not even caught, and when they are, they're often let back out onto the streets. You just have a system of compounding crime and violence.
Take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son
we could
went
go
to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too.
Yep.
And maybe not most
Again,
of them,
not
but a
all of
lot
them.
of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in
have?
20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're
I don't know.
saying that 5.
I don't know. 1 in 20 does seem a little high. I mean, 1 in 100 is still pretty freaking high. I wonder what the rate for white people is. I don't feel like looking it up, going down that rabbit hole. But like 1 in 100 is still high. But like one thing is, it might be talking about like repeat offenders, which again is a massive problem. So you might be talking repeat murders. So yeah, I don't know where that 1 in 20 number comes from, but it probably is a little high.
5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot
real
of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people
Absolute
vote with their
fact.
feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
Whoa, what's with the
shootings-
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago,
That
in New
was nice
York,
that he
these
actually
neighborhoods are
handled that
so
pretty well when he started
stratified.
to interrupt.
People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at
Absolutely
even on the
correct.
public transit, the
Although, I mean, so yeah, he is correct, but it is also worth pointing out again, it's not exclusive to black people. Like, you also don't want to live around like homeless white meth heads and druggies and all that either. Like, there are plenty of places where, and it's like the overall demographic. If you're living in a place that is majority white, your problems are also going to be white, and you will have undesirable whites around as well. But yeah, I mean, if you're in an area where there is a black criminal element, you don't want to be around them either.
subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with.
Yep.
And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
Pulling up more
I'm a new
clips.
generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But
there goes the moral bullying there again from Piers. Like, I don't really have a problem with what Nick said there. I will say, again, it comes down to numbers. Like, being around, this will sound terrible, but like being around 1 or 2 or 3 or something blacks isn't bad. But if it is the whole culture, like, that is going to be different. And there are plenty of white people who are not going to want to do that, and I think that's fine. But yeah, and as for like interracial marriage or something, I don't like it being pushed. I think it's intentional. I think it's an attack. I don't mind individual, again, judge on the individual level. I don't mind individual interracial marriage. Go for it. Black dudes marry white girls and vice versa, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. But I also see value in marrying within your own race. Having children within your own race. I think that's generally going to provide better results for the most part. So yeah, no. If I have kids, I would vastly prefer they also marry and reproduce with white people. That's just how it is.
Basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally.
Piers thinks this is one of his big gotchas, when again, it really does just come down to that people don't really care anymore, and like the words don't have as much power as they did, and like Nick was playing into it anyway. It's he wanted to move on. It's a tactic in these sorts of debates where you're just like, sure, let's say it. Like, you want to call me names? Sure, I'm those names. Can we move on now? So yeah, I don't know. I don't see this as some big gotcha.
I think everybody's racist.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
everybody, if we're being honest,
bit,
is racist. I think everybody. The only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people, to their detriment.
Correct.
Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
That is pretty disgusting. Oh, I don't know about your father. Well, you said his name on live TV in front of a massive fucking audience. Like, you can't just be like, you don't have to know someone to attack someone.
Well, then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin colour of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant,
goes there or whatever.
You can respond any way you like. The idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. and it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
There's a bit more nuance
okay.
there,
yes,
but
you're being malicious.
Sorta.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just
And they
did.
will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous.
Yeah,
I'm not
he
going to
already
say it's
said
an
he
ambush,
wasn't
but I think
gonna-
that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People
so
can judge
exhausting.
you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips.
He's
That's fine.
There you go.
That's
half joking,
the point
dude.
of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you,
I mean, I
and
guess
to
some of that.
ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it.
Thank
so I want
you.
to play you another clip. This is where you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
Whoops,
First,
that didn't pause.
White
Again, everyone's a little justified in being racist because racism is just, like, for better or worse, a part of life. So, I don't know, like, are white people justified in being racist? Sure. Are black people justified in being racist? Sure. And, like, any group is going to be justified in liking their own people more than the outsiders, and that will result in some level of hostility at some point. I don't like the hostility personally, but I do believe in each group's right to some level of protectionism and, like, collectivism, for lack of a better word. Absolutely. Like, so white people have a right to prefer white people, and a lot of people call that racist. So if that's what we're saying is racism, yes, white people absolutely have a right to be racist, and they shouldn't feel bad about it. And likewise, black people have a right to be racist and shouldn't feel bad about it either.
people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
Okay.
You stand by
Absolutely.
that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way.
No, he said
to
they
avoid
are-
black people when they see them.
Could feel that way.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality. redlining or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mad Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, Black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged or worse.
Yeah, I wish I'd paused it slightly before he got off on that. I just didn't want to interrupt too much. But what was I going to say too? Frick. Let's go back a little ways.
Told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they get stabbed, rangers. It's a robbery crew, and they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's
schools?
white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think Black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
Which happens more?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Yep. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm just...
What proportion
I'm curious. What proportion? I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Is my mic working? What proportion?
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men?
Avoid the really weird school shooter vibes ones? Absolutely. Like, I think Piers is being intentionally obtuse here. It's not a matter of like being racist towards people. Like, Blacks do commit more crime. That doesn't mean you should be wary. Well, it doesn't mean you should be like prejudiced towards all Blacks. But if you see like a sketchy looking Black dude, you should be wary. And likewise, if you see a sketchy looking drugged out white dude, you're like, yeah, no, you probably don't want to be around that dude either. Again, Piers is being just insane here because he's pretending not to understand. It's proportionality. There are white people you should absolutely stay away from. But if you're talking about whole groups of people, like, it's just a fact. And I don't say this with hate, but it's a fact that if you were going to stay away from white people or stay away from Black people, one of those would be more healthy for you. And it's the staying away from Black people. Like, that's just how it is. That doesn't mean you should mistreat individual Black people or anything, but that it's factual, and Piers is pretending not to understand it. Like, oh, white people commit school shootings. Should you stay away from white people? Nick is completely correct when he's trying to drill down on what's the percentage here? What's the proportionality?
At school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more Black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. Margin. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass
Holy
shootings
shit,
at school
Piers.
Perpetrated by white people.
2/3, so that's what, 66%? That's the white population, more or less. Again, we can talk about Hispanics and non-Hispanic whites and all that. So it's a little hard to get down on the specific things, but 66% is roughly the white population. So that, again, it would probably be a little lower with the Hispanics muddling things up. But so yeah, whites are at best slightly overrepresented. It's not a huge difference. It's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. 66% of the population commits 66% of the crime. That's not exactly a catchy phrase there.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school
No.
shootings by white
You're
people.
telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people.
Hey, Alfnan, how's it going? Welcome. Just a random comment. See, I'm not an American and my native language is Arabic, but Nick have good points in many ways, in my opinion. Your problem is no blacks or immigrants. Your problem is your own policies. Also, I don't know you or anything, but I think you have an opinion on Muslim, and that's a lot of talk. Sorry if my English is bad. No, that's pretty good. I understood most of that. I'm not sure what you mean. I have an opinion on Muslim. I haven't talked about Muslims tonight at all. Whoa. Thank you for the follow. And that's my new follow alert. That was freaking loud. That hurt. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, I haven't said anything about Muslims. If you have thoughts, go ahead and put those out there. But yeah, no, I agree. The problem isn't blacks or immigrants. I mean, I'm no fan of immigrants but again, that comes down to policies, like you're saying. Like, no, the absolute core problem is the policies that lead to this. I think we're taking in too many immigrants, so that is a problem. But it doesn't come down specifically to immigration. It's a mismanaged immigration. It's not that immigrants themselves are bad. We're taking in too many immigrants. We're taking in poor quality immigrants. Like, that is also true. We used to check them more. So yeah, I do think there are bad immigrants, but it's not an issue of that all immigrants are bad. I think you are absolutely correct that it's the policies. Our immigration system sucks. Our leaders are betraying us daily. They don't have our best interests at heart. That is absolutely true. And yeah, I keep coming back to I think culture is more important even than policy. Like, people get what they ask for, and people aren't knowledgeable enough to ask for the right things, is what it keeps coming back to for me. We're being run over by our leaders because people aren't engaged enough in the process, and the culture has been degraded. People have been demoralized. They're not keeping up with things. And so yeah, I mean, we have plenty of issues. You can talk about black crime is a problem, but again, that is also going to come back to culture to a large extent. Immigrants are a problem, but again, that comes back to policies. So yeah, no, it's very complicated, and I don't think you should scapegoat specific people. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, let's keep going. But yeah, no, if you have more to say, I'm absolutely all ears.
I'm saying, what proportion of white people have committed school shootings? Are you playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
Again,
See, now you want to
proportionality. Proportionality is the difference. What's the difference to the children laying dead on the ground? Nothing. Dead children is bad. But who is killing more children? Because if you care about dead children, you have to look into where the dead children are coming from. Yes, being shot by a white school shooter is absolutely tragic, and people don't deserve that, and that's terrible. No one's saying otherwise. Black youth are going to be killing more children, and they're going to be more black children too. Like, again, because black people are the ones around other black people. Black shooters are going to be killing more children than white school shooters, and more of their victims are going to be black too. So if you're going into the diversity thing, you should also care about that. But yeah, absolutely. Like, what difference does it make? Again, I hope Piers is pretending to be retarded here, because it's insane. Like, it doesn't make a difference to the individual dead kid, but one group is killing more kids than the other.
Jump on the victims. The difference is, you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is,
what I'm saying to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools
Holy
are
shit,
committed
again, it's
by
proportional.
white people and predominantly young white men,
Yes,
then
absolutely.
presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men.
No.
Because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
How would Piers feel if he hadn't had breakfast?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings.
And even if it's not outright gang, they are not, like, it's not as good, and it's not a funding issue too. The those inner city schools where a lot of the majority black schools are actually often more funded, and you still have these problems. So it's not an issue of funding. You could say it's an issue of like the teachers or whatever are less good quality there, but it's not funding. But yeah, no, fact is you probably don't want to go to a majority black school.
That are committed by gangbangers in and around the school, and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same.
What?
For black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
Are you
again? Are you hearing it? No.
So I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't.
What did he say? Is he talking school shootings or what?
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
I'm lost here. It's going to depend on your definition of mass shooting. They tweak those around, but this is conflicting with what Piers Morgan was saying, is that white people were massively overrepresented, which is what he was trying to hint at. So I don't even know what the fuck he's getting at. Is he defeating himself here?
White people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
are you hearing it? No.
I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time, because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings?
I don't think that's
white people.
I don't think that's the great thing to focus on, because it's not going to make a whole lot of sense to most people. But I mean, it is also important because Piers was trying to imply that you should stay away from white people for your own safety, which is silly. So in that respect, it is worth with it focusing on, and it is funny Piers won't answer it, but I think it's relatively non-important, especially since it's going to be a very, very low number. Most white people do not go out and shoot people.
People as the denominator, and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator. What's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind.
What?
Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost.
Yeah, I don't know.
No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you
Not
raise
everyone
ahead and say,
understands per
well, we're
capita.
comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent.
I really do appreciate. Again, I'm not super familiar with Nick. I'm not a fan. I mean, I'm a fan of some of what he says. He's hilarious and charismatic, but I'm saying ideologically, I'm not in line with everything, and I don't fully trust him. I think he has some issues, but he's so freaking quick on his feet. It like he got rattled a little bit again at the when Piers went after his dad. That was pretty crazy. But for the most part, he's just Piers keeps trying to get him with these gotchas, and he's just rolling with it. Again, doesn't mean he's right on the arguments, but he's definitely winning the debate just by not getting rattled, by being able to keep flowing. Honestly, I wish I was as quick as Nick with that sort of thing. I do sometimes ramble. I often ramble. I like right here, kind of stutter, try to find my words, whatever. Nick just keeps freaking going, and it's very impressive.
Crime of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about productivity?
It's amazing how many times Nick has had to say it's about proportionality, and Piers is still pretending not to get it.
Your environment, people that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would add,
Correct.
I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare.
I just want to quickly double check here. Double check here. Whoa, okay, we're mirroring. Wait, oh yeah, shit. But I just wanted to make sure everything was working there. My audio is coming through. Hopefully the other audio is. I believe it is. Alfnan, I watch American news and events every day because I feel like a new movement is starting. In my opinion, it's a good movement. Unfortunately, the current political situation in the U.S. is affecting the Middle East a lot. I hope people like Nick can move up and become someone important, not just a puppet in the hands of other countries. That is kind of what I'm worried about. Like I said, I like a lot of what Nick says. I don't trust him fully. I do worry that he is already under the influence of some people potentially. Where are you? You don't have to say specific country, but you're from the Middle East. I'm guessing a Muslim, based on your earlier comment too. A Muslim in the Middle East. I do just want you to know that one of my biggest issues is not non-interventionism. Like, you can I don't know why you brought up Muslims in your first comment, and that's not an attack. I hadn't been talking about them at all. But yeah, I have no ill will towards Muslims, and I'm very worried about more war kicking off that will harm them. It's not even, I like all people, and I don't want my country involved in harming anyone. And I'm very worried about the Venezuela thing currently. I don't want to do shit there. I'm worried about Iran kicking off again. There was that bombing, which I do not approve of. And I'm glad it didn't go further than that, but clearly forces are pushing that direction. Israel is now saying that Iran was behind the mass shooting in Australia that targeted Jews. That may be true, but probably not. I don't know. Small country, Bahrain. I hope I pronounced that right. Probably didn't. But yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, no, like I said, no hate towards your country, no hate towards you. Got no problem with anyone really. I want my country to be strong and prosperous, and for people to be able to have a high quality of life here. And I want to, and a bunch of, like, one of the biggest things that can approach that goal is cutting back on all this foreign interventionism. Like, so even just from a selfish perspective, I don't want to mess with the Middle East because it doesn't improve the lives of Americans, and that's what I care about. So again, I care about it morally. I don't want my country hurting people, and I care about it from self-preservation as well. I don't want my country paying money to hurt anyone else either, because that doesn't benefit us financially. So it doesn't benefit us spiritually being involved in evil, and it doesn't benefit us financially paying to engage in that sort of nonsense. I want to leave the Middle East to the Middle East, and hopefully they'll do well on their own. And if they don't, it's not our problem, but they probably wouldn't do worse than the shit we've been pushing on them. No, I absolutely want to pull out of there. Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyway, let's keep going here.
To your point, if you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah, no, I said the same thing earlier too. And it is interesting because I think in hearing about other people reacting to this debate, people were talking about that sort of thing. And again, racial profiling is to some extent normal, and there are people, even non-racist people, if you're in certain parts of town, I think this was from a UK perspective, so I think they were talking about like London after dark. So yeah, if you're in certain parts of town after dark, the quality of certain ethnicities, it could be black, it could be Middle Eastern, Turkish or something like that, doesn't really matter, but Pakistani, there's all kinds of, and again, that's just where certain people are being imported from. It doesn't necessarily reflect on the entire country. That's another issue with immigration, is you are often selecting for the worst of the worst, because those are people fleeing that place instead of staying around and trying to fix their own country. It's people trying to take advantage of the system because they know they can get money. Like if you're paying people to come there, you're going to get a lower quality of people than if you're offering potential for them to grow on their own. Like if you're doing that, the people who come there are going to be people looking for opportunity. If you're paying people, it's going to be people looking for a handout. So anyway, point is, even non-racist people know that in certain parts of town, if there's a ethnic majority, black, Middle Eastern, whatever, they will advise you, like, if you see a bunch of black people coming towards you, run. Doesn't, like, maybe they were harmless, maybe they weren't, but for your own safety, you're better off running. And that, so yeah, and again, there are places where the people you're going to want to run from are white people with the drugged out, I like that SSRI stare. But yeah, there are going to be people you want to run from that are white.
Difference is,
and just briefly, because a trope is like crossing the street. You cross the street when you see a black person because you're racist. It's like, there are black people you probably want to cross the street from, although crossing the street isn't always the best bet because it can actually draw attention to you. But just for the sake of this analogy, there are going to be black people you want to cross the street from. There are going to be white people you want to cross the street from. This isn't hard. This isn't racism. It's there are people you don't want to be around.
Latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to.
Yeah, that is the other good point. There is people focus like country or even worldwide on white people doing mass shootings. But if you're looking at like within cities with high black population and high black crime, the difference is absolutely insane. Like, you probably go years without a white person shooting up a school in Chicago.
Carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in
And
Chicago.
black on white, also.
Yeah,
Yes, but there was...
Oh, wow, Piers. Wow. He did the yes, but... No, I really appreciate Nick pointing that out, because it is like, again, they're both overrepresented. Black on black crime is a major problem, and black on white crime is a major problem, and actually one of the most disproportionate crimes, because whites don't actually commit a whole lot of crime against blacks, and the vice versa. Also true, but again, massive difference in scale. Like, blacks don't commit a whole lot of crime against whites because blacks are a small percentage of the population, and a lot of the black crime is committed against black people. But there's still massively more, and again, it's crazy because of the proportionality. There are less black people, and blacks are still committing more crime, I believe, against whites than whites are against blacks in raw numbers. Anyway, let me read this comment here. Your country is going through the same situation because of the events in 2011. Population was under 1 million now. I think it hit 1.6 million, and they're taking our jobs, and it's very difficult to understand your points. And your points, you might have got cut off there, but ooh, wow. So Iran, something like that. Persian Gulf country. And so you're saying you're also suffering under immigration as well. Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying your population is going up. Who is coming there, and why are they being shipped in? Because again, I'm not anti-immigration as a whole, but it's insane that people are importing in such big numbers, and I think any leadership doing this are traitors. Because as we talked about at the very beginning, pretty much, it does change the culture. It doesn't even, like, that's the thing. You could ship in a better culture, like, by all metrics. Again, it's going to be subjective, but if you could measure and say definitively something is a better culture, the worst culture, you can't see my quotes there, but the worst culture is still going to want to defend themselves and still has a right to. Like, you don't, like, they should, even if they are. Again, it's hard to measure, but if you could, even if you're a worse culture, I absolutely support your right to be like, yeah, but we want to keep our culture. You don't get to come in with this better culture and replace us. Like, it doesn't even matter. People have a right to their own people. Anyway, Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain, island country in West Asia, Persian Gulf. Demographics here, ethnic groups, 53% Arabs, 43% South Asians. So yeah, Arab and South Asian, and tiny percentage of Africans. North American, wow, 1.1% of North Americans. Interesting. Religion is 74% Islam. So yeah, majority Islam country, 26% non-Muslim. Semi-constitutional monarchy. Cool. You have a king. Right on, I guess. Yeah, King Hamad bin Isa al Khalifa. You have a crown prince and prime minister. All right. But yeah, so who's shipping in people and why, and who is being shipped in? And thank you for hanging out. Like, this is an interesting discussion. Anyway, while we're waiting for a response here, let's keep going.
It's in the
with
last decade in the city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology.
Yeah, Piers is pretending hardcore here, like he doesn't understand what's going on. This is pretty painful.
No, it's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say yes. There is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white.
Yes, again, I really freaking appreciate that, because it's just like it's such a. I like how he said he wasn't lib, and then he goes right to, like, we got to think about the black people. But yeah, no, there's too much crime overall, and it's insane that he doesn't want to admit to. He doesn't really want to admit to black on white crime when it is a thing. Again, black on black crime is a bigger problem because that's where most of that violence takes place. But the fact that he can't even admit that there is disproportionate black on white crime is pretty sad.
Also, yes, but there was way too much gun violence in Chicago. right? I mean, it's
it's
indisputable. I've got no problem.
Again, Piers with the gotchas. It's just hilarious to see Nick kind of just be like, yeah, what are we even talking about here? Like, yes, that is correct. There's too much gun violence. Like,
saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me.
You should disproportionately avoid black people because they commit disproportionate crime. Again, that's not saying mistreat individual black people, but again, if you're just looking at the numbers, yes, you should be avoiding more black people per capita, which I know Piers is pretending he doesn't understand, than white people. There are white people you want to avoid. There are more, based on percentage of population, black people that you'd want to avoid. That's just how it is.
And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear...
Dude, that's so weak. It's so fucking hilarious how he thinks that's some sort of win. Like, he goes back to something from like 10, 20 minutes ago. I don't know, because we're reacting to it. So we pause and talk through it. But that is insane that he thinks that's a win.
Then lead myself into a thought process
Look at this shit.
where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me.
No, don't avoid all black people.
You've already conceded that
you're
you
racist.
are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably just...
That is also such a weak position, like that they say racism is because of skin color. No, it's because of behavior. Again, not saying racism, definitely not prejudice. I don't like prejudice, is correct. But the fact that they say you hate someone because they have this specific skin color, that's never what people say. Again, and to the actual racists that are discriminatory or whatever, yeah, it becomes the same thing because they have this perspective and perception of black people. For example, I'm just using black because that's what they're talking about here, but they have this perspective on these people and then do apply it to everyone. So do hate you for your skin color. But again, it comes back to because of the actions they see or even imagine. Like it doesn't even have to be something real. They'll have this opinion of black people and then apply it to everyone. So yes, actual racists will hate someone based on skin color, but even back then it comes back to because they attach that skin color to some other meaning. The skin color is just what they can visually recognize, but they're still basing it off other things, and sometimes that can be fine, and sometimes that can be hateful and discriminatory and hurtful. But no one hates someone just because of how they look. Generally speaking, there are exceptions.
Dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot, and it's true.
Stabbed,
I mean, they are largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I want to live in a white neighborhood.
That's the other thing. Like, whether or not you hate all black people or whatever, there are definitely situations like in Chicago where you're not going to want to live around a majority black population, because all majority black populations in the city are also less safe. Again, that doesn't reflect on all black people, but yeah, you can make those judgments, and you would be correct. Like you would be safer avoiding all black people in a place like Chicago and a lot of other places.
I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even black people.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view, but when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying I am a racist unashamedly. Then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake
Not
of argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake of
you're
argument,
literally
we
the
can
very
say
person
sure.
you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans
It's not white,
and
though,
Europeans.
is it? It's not white.
Well, you're apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to live in a
You got
white
a what
Mix
thing?
between indigenous Americans
It's not
and
white,
Europeans.
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to live in a
Kind of.
white
You got a whole
neighborhood, but you're
shit. I still
indigenous
didn't catch you. You
Americans.
got a
It's not
whole
white,
what
though,
thing
is it?
going?
It's not white.
I want to know what he
Well,
said.
you're apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
Not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying
going.
you only want to.
A one drop rule thing. You've got a whole one drop rule thing, I think is what he was saying. That is good. But no, it is a little complicated. Hispanic is not itself a race, but it does become somewhat similar, and it causes all sorts of issues when it's not treated as its own thing, because then you do have Hispanics being treated as white, which I think they're also not. But no, he's correct. It is a mix of various things, including white European.
Live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background.
He's already said a lot of people want to live in like majority white neighborhoods, including non-whites.
Yourself, you've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here though, but I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing.
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many?
Because
How
they
many are
respect
black?
the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Yay being one who
Yeah.
you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away
I
from
probably agree.
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. He said, "So you use the N-word?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, when niggas are being niggas." I said, "So true. That's so true." So they feel like they're in complete agreement with me.
What does that mean?
You know what that means.
It means that even black people know how black people can behave. Even black people understand it. And they know that it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that, and people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion.
Absolutely, and I do like the hilarious crossovers of like black supremacists and white supremacists finding common ground and hating weak white people and weak black people. It's pretty freaking funny. Like I've seen some of that. And honestly, like, I mean, that's the thing. I absolutely respect everyone for appreciating their own people. Like, of course, if a black person focuses their energy on hating white people, I'm not going to like that. But people like black people who actually have respect, like one of their core values is appreciating and uplifting black people. I got absolutely no freaking problem with that. I appreciate that. Like that's good. That's wholesome. Like, go for it. Absolutely. Black power, brother. Black power.
Based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is
sometimes you should.
An aversion to black people based on their skin color.
Again, it's insane how Piers just wants to pretend he doesn't get this and just keeps going with the shaming tactics, and it's not working. Like he's pretending. And I will say, I thought from what I'd seen previously, which was a little bit towards the end, I I thought Nick was definitely winning. I did see someone say something otherwise that convinced me, like, okay, maybe it's not as one-sided. Like, you have to understand that Piers Morgan is a mainstream, ex-mainstream, but like he's a big-time show, and he's a normie show, and his audience probably skews older and holds many of his beliefs. So some of that, like, they are going to buy into what he's saying. So in that respect, exposing Nick Fuentes as a self-professed racist, even though he was clearly just going along with it, that is going to carry some weight. So like, that's the thing. I'm not saying young people matter more than old people. I'm kind of in the middle myself, age-wise. But clearly, old people are on average going to die first. So, like, if we're talking about who is going to be shaping the coming culture, it's going to be the younger people, younger than me by a lot, in fact. But yeah, it's going to be the younger people shaping culture. And so what if old people are offended by Nick? I think in general, of the people who are actually going to be pushing things, I think Nick is winning this by a long shot, just by not buying into the cancel culture, the offense culture, the victimhood, all that sort of things. Like, Piers is trying to catch him out on this, and he's just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're going to keep it real. And I think that is one of the biggest things that Nick brings to the table, is keeping it real. Again, I have my issues with him. I have some distrust towards him. I like a lot of what he says. I dislike a lot of what he says. And I'm also, as I've said, I'm not even that familiar with him. I haven't watched that many full episodes of his show. But yeah, no, I have issues with Nick, but I also really appreciate what he's doing. And a lot of that comes down to just being like, no, we're not doing that shit anymore. I don't care if you say it's taboo, whatever it is. No, we're going to talk about it. And yeah, no, excellent.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal.
I don't know if they'll get to it there, but I mean, the killer of Irina Zarutska said, "I got that white bitch," or something along those lines. Wasn't immigration, unfortunately. It was just bad policy to stop a revolution, so they brought in a lot of Syrians and Pakistanis. Well, that is still immigration. If they're bringing in outsiders, that is immigration, but bad policy to stop it. So we were stupid and we need to fix this. It is fixable, but it's definitely an uphill battle. I mean, once your leadership determines that they're just going to bring in a bunch of people, which is effective replacement, it can be really hard to fight back against that. I'll have to look that up. If you have more information, go ahead and hit me with that. But yeah, wild. Tried to stop revolution by bringing in Syrians and Pakistanis. How does that work? Like, what was the point? How did bringing in Syrians and Pakistanis stop the revolution? Was there a populist revolution or something, and they wanted to like overwhelm that with new people in the country? Or yeah, like, was it a violent revolution? Did they want bring in new people to fight? I'm not sure how bringing in Syrians and Pakistanis helps stop a revolution. If anything, I mean, you're going to create a bunch more tribal conflicts and conflict in general there. Anyway, I will have to look that up. That sounds interesting.
I said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. Yep. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it
No,
up. I don't have
you're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on. You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record.
Okay, I'm going to go back here a little bit because I was a little distracted there, but this
Because
is some
the problem
fucking
is
bullshit.
we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder? Again, I hope Piers is just pretending, and I think he probably is. But that's an irrelevant question. It's lower than the population. Whites are generally underrepresented. School shootings is an exception where they're equally represented to their population generally. But yeah, it's like, who cares? It's just, this is so frustrating, and I hope we get to some good stuff soon. No, I have been enjoying this too, but again, Piers' whole tactic is just pretending to be dumb. How many deranged white people? Again, proportionality matters, and I wish he'd freaking engage with Nick on that issue, because he's absolutely correct. Like, it's a very simple concept per capita. Like, who is committing more based on their percentage of the population? Like, if whites were 100% of the population, crime would go down. So talking about like how many violent white people there are isn't a productive thing. If blacks were 100% of the population, the crime would go up. Probably, like, okay, it definitely would, but it would probably not go up proportionally to their own thing, since you'd have less conflict if you had a completely black country or something. So yeah, it wouldn't go up quite as steeply, but it's still gonna absolutely skyrocket. But yeah, so it's like what's the conversation here? How many deranged white people have committed violence is a freaking stupid question, when if the country was 100% white, crime would be down. Like, that's what the stats say. So this whole deranged white people committing violence, it's like, that's bad. Everyone knows that's bad. They shouldn't do that. Those people are scum and also deserve to get locked up, just like the black criminals.
Proportionally far fewer.
Yes.
But how
far
many
fewer.
Deranged white men
This is painful. This is fucking
atrocious
painful.
acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally far fewer.
Mm-hmm.
But how
Far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have
you're
it in
very
front of
big
me.
on. You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas. After
How many
Manson
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then not
implying that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of
Yeah.
course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But
Yes.
you don't either
No
know.
disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist,
fuck
I
off,
could read
Piers.
other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think
Piers has been pushing the conversation. He's the one who's been focused on black crime mostly. At least that's my impression. Like, he's the interviewer. Nick is the interviewee. Nick is answering Piers's question. Piers is like, why are you racist against black people? Like, Nick might have not talked about black people at all if it wasn't for Piers Morgan. Who the fuck knows?
people
But
can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on
so
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on
don't like black people who play the victim and
Yes,
are rude.
I don't like anyone.
Is that your position?
I don't like anyone who plays the victim.
I
and is
don't
rude.
like that pattern of behavior.
And who are not like, you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on me?
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very clever.
what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No,
I see where this is.
Oh, again, fuck. I just want a good conversation here. And again, I've been amused by a lot of this, but Piers is really frustrating me. And again, I don't even hate him. I appreciate a lot of what he does. But this is freaking painful, man. And like, sure, he only named, I think, 2 black friends, but the idea that, like, that's so disingenuous of Piers being like, oh, I asked how many black friends you said, and you said yay. No, he said dozens, I think, or something, and he could be lying. I don't know. But he didn't say he had 1 black friend and it was Kanye.
Is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on me?
You're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black.
No, that's not what he said.
No, not that. You said.
Also, I think it's funny that he says yay here. I think Nick said Kanye, but I could be wrong. But anyway, there was a famous interview where Piers Morgan tried to interview Kanye Ye West, and Kanye walked out on him when he wouldn't call him Ye or something. Or he said Kanye instead of Ye once or something, and Kanye/Ye lost his freaking mind and left. So it's pretty funny he's saying Ye here. I like it.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying you're ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very clever.
what black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
What? Dude. I'm a little stun locked there. What? The fuck is that? You can say a lot about Kanye. I don't like #1 black victimhood. He's never like claimed black victimhood status. The closest I can think of, like, of his outbursts or whatever, is when he said George Bush doesn't care about black people, which was fucking hilarious and based and correct. George Bush didn't care about black people. He also didn't care about Americans in general. But yeah, wow. Like, I don't know where Piers is coming from, and I like Nick's face here. He also doesn't. Like, I don't get that. How is Kanye a black victim, like the front runner of black victimhood? I've almost never heard him talk about like black victimhood. Holy crap.
Just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
Yeah, he's just like, what? I'm lost now too.
So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with.
Very few black people. He said he has dozens of black friends. Who the fuck is this dude?
But he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
Narcissist.
I disagree.
Yes.
I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life.
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last two
Yes,
times
he
I
was.
interviewed him.
He
He's,
was.
he's a supreme narcissist, and he's
Well,
also...
you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black?
I
Because you're being very
apologize.
rude by
I
interrupting me right now.
apologize to you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but look,
okay.
I
You're
do
not
want to
giving me a
finish
hard
my
time.
point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He
That
is
is
the guy who,
insane.
when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite. And by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back about...
Considering they're taking a break, I'm gonna go grab a sparkling water from the fridge here. I will be right back in mere moments. Alrighty, I'm back. Dude, that was amazing. Again, I'm not a Nick fan. Again, not a Nick hater either, but yeah, I'm not a Nick fan. But holy shit, he's good, he's funny, he's charismatic. Like, it's hard not to like the dude if you're not totally stuck up. Like, that was just
talk about
awesome.
Like that at all. Well,
Okay.
we're talking
He's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back about...
That's why I like him.
about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye has said about the same subject matter. Accountability. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's turn to anti-Semitism.
Let's turn to anti-Semitism here, guys. And I have here, I'm curious about it, we have a yuzu citrus sparkling water. But yeah, let's turn to anti-Semitism.
Accountability.
That's good. Yeah, all right.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Yes, and you shouldn't. Clearly, you shouldn't hate all of anyone, pretty much.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate.
What? I hope he's going to say he doesn't hate anyone overall, because I mean, if you're hating people, some of those people are going to be Jews. Like, you can hate some black people, some Jews, some white people, some Asians, whatever. Yeah, I'd like. I don't hate any Jews, again, unless he's gonna come down and say that he doesn't hate anyone at all. That's kind of hard to believe.
Any Jews.
Okay, Jews, is that correct? That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because
it would be funny if the clip was just like, I hate the Jews.
So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real.
I love seeing Nick react to Nick here too. Like, they have Nick on the screen there. While Piers is grilling him with the clips. This is just epic.
True. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about...
You did that yourself as soon as you were left no other option. You defended them for so freaking long against a bunch of people who were absolutely destroying you on the topic, Piers. Like, that was fucking embarrassing. And I don't give you a whole lot of credit for shifting sides here, because I think you just did it because you knew that's the way the popular opinion was shifting. Like, I'm glad you're on the other side. I'm glad you're speaking up on the issue, but I'm also not going to give you a lot of credit on this because, yeah, no, you just realized you didn't have another choice.
About world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Okay,
well,
answer.
Do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
I will say that's a little bit of a dodge. Like, Piers Morgan asked a very good question there, actually, and Nick's trying to dodge here, and if Piers lets him get away with it, that is what it is. And hey, good job, Nick. But yeah, I mean, he kind of had you on the ropes there. Let's see
do you
what
take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by
it. Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy.
They're totally off here. See, like, Piers actually had him a little bit on the, like, somewhat credible accusation of you hate all the Jews. Like, that was at least on the table here. And now they're talking about the terminology, and Nick's like, funny thing, but let's talk about this other thing. Like, it's amazing what he just did here. It's absolutely amazing. I want to see the whole thing again. Let me read that comment there. You basically have two types of Muslims, kind of like how there are different types of Christians, and one group has the upper hand. Because of that, your group isn't allowed to enter the military due to our differences. Unfortunately, American policies have a huge impact on politics in the Middle East. Yes, I absolutely know that last bit. So that's interesting. Okay, and there's a second comment. A second comment has hit the towers. Our group of Muslims is called Shia and Sunni. And some people think that if we ever took control of the country, we would hand it over to Iran. I'm so tired of all that freaking, like, all that power struggle thing. Like, it's wild, like, that people are like, we have to control this because Iran or Israel or this or that, or like one side's better than the other. We have to put our foot down here and stop Iran or whatever from getting power. It's like, yeah, again, Well, I can't really say again since I haven't said this tonight, but I this is a bit of a controversial opinion from, you know, the patriotic American perspective. But again, I want to get along with everyone, and I'd rather reach out to people. I don't want to be enemies with Iran. I don't want to be enemies with North Korea. I don't want to be enemies with China. I don't want to be enemies with Russia. I think even though I don't see eye to eye with them culturally or politically on a lot, I think we also have common elements, and I think we're better off, all of us, my people and their people, if we can try to find that common ground and you know, try to get talks going versus conflicts and proxy conflicts and cat paws and stuff like that. So anyway, let's see what we got here. We'd hand it over to Iran, which is not true at all. Personally, I believe our king has good intentions and strong leadership, but because we are a small country, bigger countries can influence us easily. Yeah, that is how it works. That is definitely how it works. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about the Shia versus Sunni conflict. But yeah, no, I know it is a thing, and I know Iran plays a big part because everyone wants to be like, oh, this side, that side. Iran's a big power player in the region, and is a big threat to Israel, who is one of the other big power players in the region. But yeah, that is all very interesting. I was curious though, and that didn't address it. I'm curious where the Syrians and Pakistanis come in. Like, so you're saying your group is not the one in power. And so I guess that would be Sunni leadership did Sunni leadership import a bunch of Syrians and Pakistanis because they're also Sunni or something like that? Are they trying to overwhelm the Shia minority? Is that what happened there? So they imported a bunch of foreigners to boost the Sunni side of things? Is that what's going on? Anyway, while we wait, let's keep going here.
With your position that you don't hate any Jews.
Well, do you take issue with my use of the...
Again, this is it's a total dodge, but it's amazing that he seems to be getting away with it so
term
far.
World Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
They're totally off topic now.
Well,
it's amazing.
It's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry.
This is blowing my fucking mind. This is amazing. Holy shit, man. I'm in awe. Credit where it's due.
Do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation.
And it's a big issue with the Zionist movement. I listened to a anti-Zionist rabbi, and it was very interesting perspective because I hadn't really thought about it in those terms. But when you actually look into what Zionism actually is, it is and I won't put it perfectly, but it's a replacement of the concept of what a Jew is into a nationality versus a religion or ethnicity. So Zionism actually says that there can be no Jewish Americans, for example, only Jews in America. And that's not fair to the non-Zionist Jews. I want to be very clear. I'm not saying I am pushing that perspective. I'm just saying that's what Zionism is actually saying, is that based on Zionist theology, a Jew cannot be a loyal member of a nation other than Israel, because all Jews, again, in the Zionist worldview, belong to Israel. They are all Jews are Israeli citizens, are Israelis, in the Zionist worldview. Again, I hope I'm putting that correctly. I heard it from this rabbi. I don't fully understand it, but I get the general gist. And again, it's very harmful to the Jews who don't believe that way when you have this massively influential belief system that is saying all Jews need to be loyal to Israel and you are not a citizen of whatever host country you are living in. That's an incredibly extreme balancing act. It's like, how do you push that belief and not get a lot of Jews hated in their countries because you're telling them that they're not even those are not their countries. They're just living there, but they're Israelis. That it's an insane push. All right, let me read that comment. They helped the military in a way after the revolution ended. They became Baranis, so they bring their families and their friends. So that was a big issue. Was it what I was talking about though? That it was a Sunni versus Shiite thing. So the Sunnis wanted help from other Sunnis in foreign nations.
Of an international nation.
Okay.
The
Cool.
Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry.
Absolutely, it absolutely is. Whether you paint that as a positive or negative, they themselves refer to it that way too. It's the diaspora. It's there is a world Jewry, if you want to put it that way. Yes, absolutely.
Identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress.
And there are a bunch of national Jewish organizations as well, and on smaller levels as well. You have a bunch of Jewish organizations that are often but not always Zionist, but you have this there is a massive in-group APAC, I think is what you mean there. Yes, absolutely. APAC is a big one, but not even the biggest. There are a bunch of other ones that probably have more control. You had what was it? JINSA, Jewish Israeli. What was it? I forget the acronym, but they were one of the big pushers of the. Speaking of Middle Eastern conflict, you had JINSA was one of the big pushers of the early neocon project in the late 90s, 2000s that led to Iraq War II and the current Middle East conflict. That was JINSA in large part. They were one of the ones pushing that. They were all in bed with the other think tanks and stuff. But yeah, APAC, JINSA, World Jewish Congress or whatever he's talking about here.
They actually
there's
elect,
a bunch
it's
of that.
democratic. All the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally.
Also, I'm just, and it's not even just a Jewish thing that we have other people, like we currently have some Cubans and stuff who are, for their own reasons, are pushing. Cubans in America. So we have American Cubans who are pushing the Venezuela thing because they think if they topple Venezuela, they can retake Cuba or something like that. And I find that disgusting too, and anti-American. It's like anyone can come to America. I think we need to limit immigration, but I have no problem with people coming to America. But they have to actually become Americans, and a bunch of these people aren't. And we have that same issue with some of the Zionist Jews here. That's even overstating it. We have an issue with Zionists in general where they're not even Jews, like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz got absolutely eviscerated by Tucker Carlson, and it was amazing. But I'd seen that quote before then, but it was great to see it blow up on the international discussion stage. But where Ted Cruz, a Canadian-born American and a current serving American representative, is saying that his primary focus is on protecting Israel. And we have a bunch of other people like that on both sides of the stage, some Jewish, some not. You have like Chuck Schumer and such on the Democrat side. A bunch of these people are just like, yes, unashamedly, openly saying their goal is to protect Israel. No, your American representatives elected by Americans, if our system means anything, you can put Israel second. You can like Israel. I don't care. Sure. Put Israel second. Great. Whatever. You like Israel. That's fine. Israel can't come first. Israel can't come first. You serve the American people, and the American people want you to put America first, not Israel. It's insane.
The Jewish population in their area.
And Alfnan, that goes to what you were saying about culture and policies. That's the big issue there too. It's just like that's what we need to fight there. Fortunately, I think we live in a tough time, and in my religion, we live at the end of time. It's always hard to say what is and isn't the end of time, but yes, I know what you're saying. A bunch of the dispensationalist Christians also think we're at the end of time and even want it. Like a bunch of Christians, a bunch of Muslims are kind of engaged in this death cult thinking where they want the end times. But yeah, I can speak from the Christian perspective. I'm not Christian myself, but I'm more steeped in that culture. At least I appreciate the Christian perspective. But yeah, no, there's these, again, Christian dispensationalists, Christian Zionists, whatever you want to call them. There is this outlook from some of these Christians that their goal is actually to cause war in the Middle East. It's to destroy the temple, destroy and rebuild the temple, destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, bring about the second coming, and have it's such a disgusting worldview to try to bring about the end times. It's an insane, again, and like insane. They want to bring good in earth. Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, God in earth. Yeah, no, that is interesting. I've heard that perspective too. I don't know enough about it, but it is interesting that the Muslim and Christian faiths focus more on heaven, and the Judaism is more earth-based in their view on God. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's what I've heard, and I've seen some compelling arguments there. But it's interesting perspective. But yeah, a bunch of the Christian Zionists also seem to fall into that sort of perspective because they want to bring about this rapture. So yeah, even though they think they're going to be gone, it's also like that Jesus is going to come and rule earth with a flaming sword and kill all the non-believers. It's so at odds with all the other beliefs. It's kind of wild, because it's like, why would you cheer that on? Like I thought God and Jesus are beings of love, and sure, sometimes you're gonna have to do some violent stuff to protect that, but like actually cheering on, like, yeah, that's just not my perspective. That's not my perspective. I don't like that. But yeah, anyway, no, a bunch of these Christian Zionists want to destroy the Middle East because they think then the Israelis can rebuild the third temple or whatever, and that will bring Jesus back and they all get to go to heaven. It's just like, again, I don't understand why they even want to rush it, because in that belief system, you're already going to heaven because you've accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You don't need to bring about the end times. I don't get that thinking, and I guess I should look into it more, because it does seem so at odds with the thing, because Christians in that belief system are already guaranteed their position in heaven. Why do you need to destroy the world to bring about that when you're already guaranteed the good afterlife when you die? Just keep being righteous people, good people, God believing people, and you're good to go. So I'm not sure why there's this big push for the end times messaging. Anyway, that's totally off topic. Let's go ahead and get back to
it's
here.
democratic. All the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally.
There we go. Understand your point. Shia faith, we say, if the end of times comes, Jesus will be back, but with other man called Mahdi, but he comes for revolution on bad people. Yeah. Again, I don't think that's super good to focus on, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I just think the idea of people coming back and destroying the world is not so great, and not should be focused on. But yeah, and the Christian belief, the Christian Zionist dispensationalist thing is a little weird to me.
Population in there where they actually elect, it's democratic. All the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural.
But yeah, no, that is interesting, and it's what Nick gets in trouble sometimes for. Is it's like you can appreciate things about people, even if you don't like some of what they're doing or whatever. And I mean, he's gotten in trouble of saying he likes Hitler or Stalin or whatever, which is kind of funny because they're on they're conflicting sides, obviously. But yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of people and groups that are very impressive, and you can look at that and be like, hey, that's very impressive. I appreciate that about them, even if I don't appreciate what they're doing. And that can be Hitler, that can be Stalin, that can be Jews, or Muslims or Christians, any of that. It's like Jews are impressive.
Opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
Minority but have big impact in the world. Absolutely, that's undeniable.
I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Oh my God, the fucking clip farm. Well, I shouldn't say clip farming. That's something different. But the clip ambushes. This is freaking wild. Like, I love the delivery there. That's wild because you said this. Oh, I got you again, bitch.
Know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hate.
Oh, like, look, you can see once you know where it's going, you can see him set it up too. He's like, oh, do you said you had Jewish friends, right?
I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Oh,
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages.
Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually.
And like, I'll be interested to see where this goes. But I mean, yeah, both can be true. Like, I don't think blacks and whites have generally been friends. Again, I've been consistent in general, and tonight in saying that doesn't mean you should hate black people or not be friends with them. Like, you can, like, blacks and whites have not been friends. They've been set against each other throughout history as well. Like, when different cultures clash, they're gonna be enemies. That doesn't mean you can't be friends with a black person if you're white, or white people if you're black. So I mean, again, Piers is just, he's trying to make Nick look bad. He's trying to do these gotchas.
And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and...
I just realized we're a bit late into things here to make this change, but I think what I'm going to do is scoop myself over here because I realized I was covering up the little Nick response thing, and it's pretty funny. So that this down here is where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? What happened to my freaking mouse?
And the civil rights laws that...
But yeah, anyway, this down here is the live Nick that is debating Piers, and this is the clip they're playing. So anyway, I think this will be better. I'm over here now. Get used to it. Deal with it.
Actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
No! Proportionality again. Jeez, this is fucking painful. He didn't say never. He said as groups. As groups. Oh, this is bad, man. This is bad.
Rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
No.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and
exactly.
Of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. Sort of doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there's been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
Oh, this is going to be good.
People talk about, well, you know, what about the gas chamber?
I wanted the cookies clip, but this will do.
Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow.
Down below too.
Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second.
Okay.
It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, you know, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Look at his smirk.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
Oh. I need a second. Oh, my goodness. This might be the peak moment. Oh my god, what delivery? Oh my, holy shit.
How many
Let's do that
people
again.
But do you want to talk seriously about the
Do you
Holocaust?
think? Yeah, I do
We can
actually.
be
I
very
mean, I
serious.
do because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust
I'm crying
could
a
ever
little.
be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon?
Oh my god.
Is it too soon to make jokes?
And then the double back to really drive it home. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Again, he's so good. He's so good. Again, that's not an endorsement of all his beliefs or saying he's 100% trustworthy and I'm riding with Nick Fuentes or anything like that, but holy shit, I appreciate the fuck out of that. Oh my god. I'll read that in a sec. I don't want to get off topic from what I'm doing here, but wow, that's so good. That's so good. Wow. Oh. This is the epitome of the entire debate, probably. Nick being persuasive, unashamed, and charismatic, and Piers Morgan trying to frickin' bully him into the ground with his old clips. That's just that. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And I'll read that comment in just a sec. But yeah, I think I can get into, like, I'm guessing they'll get into more of it and I can respond to it later, but I do have an interesting point about the core issue that's going on here. But anyway, yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. Black and white conflict is getting bigger every year. Did you see the video of the white woman that said the N-word and then the rise GoFundMe? Yes, Shiloh Hendricks. That was amazing. That was very interesting. And that was shortly after the Austin Metcalf thing, where he was killed. But yeah, no. As to the black and white conflict getting bigger every year, probably correct, sadly. Things were going relatively well for a while, and then we had a bunch of race hustlers try to fuck with us, and that kind of destroyed the relationship there. So, yeah, we obviously there's a lot of issues. We had this slavery and Jim Crow. There were black people had genuine grievances, and then there was more racial harmony for a time. Whites were colorblind. They were like, let's just all get along. I don't care what race you are. We're going to get along. And things seem to be improving. And then I'm not going to blame it all on Obama. We already had some issues before that, obviously, but there was this rise of the, for lack of a better word, social justice warrior. All that social media had very big impact. Exactly. And a bunch of social media is fake too. Like they were pushing, you had outside influence manipulating people here, trying to push a certain agenda, trying to push a mindset. But yeah, you had this rise, this resurgence of racial grievance, and ironically, a bunch of it's pushed by white people. Like they got college students primarily, but others on the, he was an absolutely terrible president, as was George W. Bush before him, and Biden after. And I'm not a big fan of the Trump 2.0 either. Trump 1 was kind of cool. I like Trump 1. Trump 2, I'm mixed on, but he's been very disappointing. But yeah, I know we've had a series of bad presidents, and Obama was definitely one of them. But yeah, no, things were going well, and then they pulled us back into this whole racial grievance thing. And like I was saying, white people, again, just being the majority of the country still, were a big part of that. They got these white people white kids in college that were feeling bullied, were feeling out of place a little bit as the diversity was pushing up, the affirmative action was pushing up, and they were feeling like they weren't good enough as just white people. So they had to be the good white people that hate all those bad white people. So you had this rise of anti-white racism from white people, and pro-black sentiment from the white people. Like the white people were supporting the black people, and that's what really helped get that new resurgence of racial grievance going, is that it was just so popular among so many people, including the white people. And yeah, it's tragic because, again, like I've said, I want everyone to get along. I don't care if you're black, Muslim, Jewish, white, Asian, whatever. I want the best for everyone. I think a lot of that is going to come down to largely being separated. Again, you're going to have small levels of immigration and integration and all that. I have no problem with that, but generally people are going to want to keep to their own. But my point is, I want the best for everyone wherever they may be. And unfortunately, this resurgence of that grievance has not been great. Like, yeah, no, I think you're absolutely correct when you said the black and white conflict is getting bigger every year, but it wasn't for a decade or two. Like we had that shit. I'm not saying racism was fixed, but it was massively diminished. So it's really sad to see that to see that statement be correct, that the black and white conflict is getting bigger over time, when it wasn't. We didn't need this shit, and it's back. It's back, and it's very upsetting.
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million.
Yeah, you blame also this generation. They feed on every bad influencer. I'd say that's a bit of an overgeneralization, but I get what you're saying too. Like, yeah, no, they're taking in, like you have a bunch of people just pushing stupid slop on them, and a lot of them do believe it. I will say I think the younger people are waking up a little bit and just over the outrage, like, because they are growing up in a situation where this was used so heavily to bully and shame them. I think we are now seeing where young people, not because they're more educated or anything like that, but just because they're contrarian to what they were raised in, I think we are seeing young people be like, similar to Nick here, like, so what? Like, you're going to call me names, you're going to call me racist, you're going to call me a Nazi, I don't care. And I think that has its good sides and its bad sides. Like, it could go too far. I think it's dangerous, but I think it's also very important to say no to the taboos. And again, that is something I want to talk about when the time comes. I'm thinking I'll get a good opportunity. But yeah, no, just saying no to the taboos, the cancel culture, the bullying, it's like, no, we're just going to tell the truth. We're going to tell the truth, even if it's uncomfortable. Bullying and harassment and abuse is playing a big part. It's a bit of a general statement, so I'm not quite sure, but I guess that is true. There is a big attempt to shame people.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
You said 7.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
Wait, what?
4. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers?
Doubted. Why have you doubted?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But, what's interesting about this is, in many countries,
it's a rigorous debate. One interesting thing about that debate is that it's one of the only situations in world history that you're not allowed to actually rigorously debate. Like, he's again, I think this is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but the Holocaust numbers are not a rigorous debate, because if you don't say it's at least 6 million, I guess you can say it's 10 million, and that's fine too. But if you don't say it's at least 6 million, you're just not allowed at the table, man. So yeah, rigorous debate. Yeah, I'm doubting that one. I'm pressing X to doubt there.
It's not even legal to talk about it.
Dude, I'm not sure how I feel about being so on the same page as Nick Fuentes. But it is pretty funny how I just keep, again, like that is part of it, is just being sick of being told what to think. Like, I'm not saying Nick is right about everything, but a bunch of his stuff is just coming from questioning the basic problems with some of the narratives. So that is why we end up on the same page here. Is I guess at some level we're coming at it from the same angle, but like, yeah, no, it's illegal to question
really
that.
It's a rigorous debate. But you know what's interesting about this is.
But yeah, I knew he was fucking with him. I didn't know he'd go so hard on just being like, yeah, no, it's illegal. It's actually illegal. Like, and I'm not sure Piers gets what's going on here. I don't know if he knows he's fucking with them. This is crazy.
In many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it.
Yep.
And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends.
No, it absolutely is. That is why a lot of people care about it at all. And I think this is a good, no, that I know because I've seen clips. There is somewhere coming up that I will be able to talk about this. But no, that is why people care about that nowadays, is because you're told you can't talk about it honestly.
Tell you the truth is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide.
World War II is the founding myth. World War II is the founding myth of the post-war West.
No other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a
No, I can't believe that for reasons I don't think I can say on Twitch.
Job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people.
Tucker Carlson also said that. Which part? But yeah, no, Tucker Carlson said some good stuff. This, again, I just feel like they're on totally different pages, totally different wavelengths. Like, this is a great pause here. Look at Nick's face versus Piers's face. Like, Piers is like, I don't think there's any room for debate. And Nick is like, what? But shouldn't there be? Again, it just goes back to like shaming and stuff. Wow. Like, again, very telling. Let's go back a little bit.
This is the way the Holocaust happened. I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it.
Why? Because okay, so there's no room for debate, but what other historical events does that apply to? It's pretty much none to that level. Like, you can question all kinds of things. You can be like, well, what if things didn't happen like we thought? Like, so no, Nick is completely fucking correct, and Piers is being a normie cuck.
So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people.
Why not? Why not? The number has been downsized multiple times. I think it used to be like, what, 8 million? It might have even been higher than that. Like, it wasn't always 6 million. It used to be higher, unironically. Like, to Nick's joke, maybe it was 10 million. Yeah, no. What are we talking about here? Like, 6 million is the current number. It used to be higher. Are all modern historians anti-Semitic? This is absurd.
Who were murdered? Even the Nazis.
8, then 6, under 1. I don't know quite what that last bit means, but yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, 8 million or something. It used to be 8 million. Now it's like 6. Are you saying it now is under 1? Maybe at some point. I don't know. Maybe it is 10. Maybe Nick's right. Maybe it's 10.
Even the Nazis in the trials
under 1 million. Oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. Who knows?
Confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented.
I should look into that more. I should dig into it. The problem is, because victors write the history, a bunch of that is just going to be propaganda. Like, there were some major issues with the Nuremberg trials, and I say that as someone who had ancestors who were there prosecuting the Nazis at the Nuremberg trials. But there were some serious issues, and so some of that is going to be fake. But it's also just like it gets exaggerated. So even if it is, I don't think there's a huge amount of documentation. And another issue with the Nuremberg trials is, again, back to the victors writing the history, the Russians, who were also committing a fuck ton of atrocities. So yeah, I want to be very clear. The Nazi Germans did absolutely commit unspeakable evil. I'm not like, hey, the Nazis are good. No, they did some fucked up shit. But then they lost to, in part, the Russians, who, holy shit, speaking of documented criminality and just war crimes and atrocities against humanity, holy shit, the Soviet Russians did some really messed up shit and ended up, as I understand it, pinning some of that on the Germans. Like, they wanted to get rid of their own baggage too. So you did have the Russians testifying against the Germans for, in some cases, Russian crimes. It's not a reliable narrative, is for one thing, because everyone that's the thing. Again, Nazi Germans, absolutely. Russians killed a lot. Holy shit, the Russians killed so many more than the Germans. But yeah, you just have to take into account that literally everyone who testified against the Nazis had something to gain by the Nazis going down. Like, the Nazis had already been defeated, and the people who were judging them had also engaged in, at the very least, we don't have to say war crimes, but they'd engaged in war and had bodies on their own hands. And so there was definitely benefit to offload some of that.
The history of mass trials after the war.
So yeah, this is just
debate to be had.
Again, I should educate myself more on this. Absolutely, I own that, but I don't think what Piers is saying here is true, because if you actually look at some of the documentation, it's not the most well documented case in history. A bunch of it actually has some massive holes in it. Which, again, not saying it didn't happen, not saying 10 million Jews didn't die in the Holocaust.
About the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers.
Okay, how many? I'd like to know that number. I've never heard it. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I've never heard the exact number of people gassed to death in the gas chambers. I know the official story is that there were gas chambers. I know that the official story currently is that 6 million died. 6 million Jews died. Again, like that's the other weird part is like, not even counting the death count of soldiers in World War II, which was absolutely atrocious. You had about another 6 million of various other groups that were persecuted by the Nazis that died, and they don't get focused on. So like the whole 6 million, even if we just take that on its face, it's kind of weird that we're completely ignoring the other 6 million that died. Like that's another issue that doesn't really get talked about so much, is what about the other victims? Gas chambers is under 100,000 if my info is right, but the other killing was out of 100. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'd imagine that wasn't the majority. I mean, it does seem, to go back to the cookie thing, it does seem hard to gas. Like, I don't think all 6 million were gassed, that's for sure. I think there was mass starvation. I think there were obviously you don't want to be in those camps. You're getting worked sometimes all the way to death. You're getting starved to death. Like it's not a good situation. That's absolutely for sure.
We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death,
okay,
were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches.
Yeah,
we know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers.
Yeah, Nick looks confused again. Like, again, I hate Piers's argument style, no matter who's right or wrong or whatever. Like, this is just so painful.
Viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than
well,
that.
it could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
I think
accept
you're right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But
Okay.
it could be 100
well,
times
people
more
are
than
gonna
that.
be, okay.
600 million, dude, isn't that Holocaust denial? If you're saying like that it wasn't like, is Piers gonna accept this?
It could be. It could even be higher than
well,
that.
it could be higher. That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it
Okay.
could be 100
Well,
times
people are
more than
gonna
that.
be-
And
My favorite Jew joke is you're like I forget the exact context, but it was like a guy talking about like he's like, oh yeah, no, and she was I was dating this Jewish woman, she was really hot, and I'm like, I think it might have been 7 million, maybe 8.
Okay.
I didn't do it justice.
But let
it's
me
pretty
respond
funny.
let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on.
600 million.
Let
I
that
love it.
speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored.
Mhm.
And if you talk about these things, you will be put
Tragically
in
so.
jail in
Yep.
many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think
Yes.
everything at least should be debated.
Yep.
And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should
Correct.
be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on.
What? He's such a cuck, and we'll get to that in a sec too. But so you think free speech is good, but you understand why Germany doesn't have free speech? Because they want to move on? How's that working out?
Life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's
Speech
my
should
personal
never
view.
be criminalized.
I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that.
Let's take a second here. Let's take a second and see who has really moved on and who has not. I think it's the people who have laws on the books saying you can't deny your own wrongdoing. I don't think they have moved on. So if we're talking about losers in World War II, who has a better culture? Germany or Japan? I'm gonna go with Japan, and it's because they don't give a fuck. And I say that, like I said, I have people, I have ancestors. I'm part German. But yeah, no. Germany has fallen, and Japan is definitely struggling. They have their issues, but shame. Okay, there is a shame culture there, but my point is shame over poor actions in World War II is not a Japanese problem, because you can say that's good or bad, but they're just like, yeah, no, we're Japan. We're actually, if anything, when it comes up, probably going to be proud of it and deny the evil we did. Which again, you can say that's good or bad, but I think as a culture, that that cultural cohesiveness is better for the people of modern Japan who didn't engage in that nonsense. So yeah, that's the wild part, is you're punishing people who were not Nazis. You're punishing Germans for the crimes of Nazis. And that is why Japan's perspective is better, where they don't engage in that self-shaming as much. They don't say, oh no, we were terrible in World War II. That doesn't get you anywhere. And most of the Japanese fighters in World War II who committed atrocities are long dead by now. Most of the German soldiers who committed atrocities are long dead now. Some of them are still hanging around. Like it wasn't, but I mean, at this point, they're basically 100. I mean, it was 80 years ago. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I mean, and if you're saying soldiers, I mean, they were picking them young, so you could be like 16 or something. But yeah, they're at the youngest are pushing 100 at this point. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's the fucking point. And again, just speaking of like the who's moving on, who's not, it's the people who didn't say how bad they did. Winners and losers, because again, like America has been harmed by that. Despite winning World War II, America has been harmed by the collective guilt of the National Socialist, white supremacist, whatever. Like that's been used against the winners who defeated Hitler. And like I said, that is hinting at the thing I'm going to be getting at some point coming up here. But yeah, it's wild.
Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history? I understand that.
They want to move on from the most shameful element in their history, but they haven't.
Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, than somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been censorship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been.
Where's the Hitler cool?
There's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
Okay, I think that's my in. I know because I've seen some of this that there is going to be one that comes in a little harder, a little more relevant. But I'm just going for it because that was a fairly good lead in. The issue is, and I actually got into an argument on Twitter about this, which was pretty funny. No one would care about World War II or Hitler if it wasn't still being hung over our heads and used as a tool to damage us. Like, was Hitler cool? Insofar as any of the other world leaders were, yes. Like, I don't think it makes sense to say he wasn't. But was he correct? No. Was Stalin correct? No. But what I'm getting at here is the only, it was a while ago, the only reason people care is because somehow it got twisted where the victors of the war still have to feel bad because of the actions of the losers because of skin color or something. I mean, that seems kind of racist in itself. The Nazis were white supremacists or whatever. Like, yeah, and my country fought the Nazis. Why should... So yeah, what I'm getting at the very simplest, is the only reason young people who weren't around for most of that propaganda care about Hitler, and why some people like Nick Fuentes makes jokes or seriously think that, Hitler was great. Again, Hitler was cool insofar as wartime leaders are cool. But yeah, the only reason you have people jumping to the other side of things and being like, I love Hitler, is because his legacy is being used to screw the young people out of their future, out of their nations, out of their people, out of their very existence. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but you had a time where people were more honest about this before it became uncool, and they decided to switch and say that they'd never said this, and if you were saying this, you're a racist or whatever. But they used to talk about the browning of America. Vice President Joe Biden, as I mentioned, talked about how great it will be when a white European stock are the minority in the United States, which used to be 95% white. Like, what are we talking about? 95% white. It was, by all definitions, a white country. And we're supposed to celebrate it no longer being a white country, and in fact, whites being less than 50%, less than half of the country. And a bunch of that does come down. Why that attitude is pushed is because Hitler was bad. That's why people care about Hitler. Again, not even saying it's good. I don't agree with the complete flip to, hey, Hitler is our hero and we need to worship him or whatever. No, not a big fan. But the only reason people care is because he was used as a wedge to damage our culture, to damage our way of life, to damage the American dream. They took Hitler, they said white supremacy is bad, so you have to embrace infinite immigration. I love the phrase infinity immigration, whatever, however you want to phrase it. We have to bring in all these people that we're telling you we're replacing you with. But if you say you're being replaced, you're a racist conspiracy theorist. That is why people care about Hitler, because he was used to beat us over the head with and to take away our livelihood and our future. It just seems that simple to me. Like, that is why people are flipping the other way. That's why people are like, let's question everything. Because it was used to attack us. It's, yeah, I don't know. It was very damaging. Like, a bunch of our cultural problems come back to post-World War doctrine. Yep.
The get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know.
What do I even say here? What do I say? What? How? I don't think I even need to speak here. I really don't.
No other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't
What?
don't know anyone that does that, that believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go.
Let's go.
He was also really fucking cool.
You regret saying that?
Nope.
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
okay. I already covered why I think people are even care about Hitler. But that's the other element. He's tired of pretending he's not. Like, that's the other issue, is the bullying that we've talked about repeatedly tonight. Again, you're not allowed to, so you've got that taboo. And I think generally it's good that people are getting over this, because again, it's not that Hitler was a good guy necessarily or anything like that. That's not my point. My point is post-World War doctrine has really damaged people, and I think also shut down a lot of communication. So I think it is good that people are opening up to this. Like, I think that's actually absolutely a key component here. He's tired of pretending otherwise. It's like, people shouldn't have to pretend otherwise. So people should be like, it's just insane. We have people who openly praise Stalin, who again murdered a lot more people, or at least his country did. Like, I don't know how many people he personally murdered, same with Hitler for that matter, but the Soviet forces murdered a whole lot more people than the Nazi forces. And you have people out there who proudly wear Stalin merch, which, let's not even get into the irony of communist merch, but yeah, you have people out there repping Stalin, and they do not receive the same backlash as people who rep Hitler. I at least want consistency. Either we should say they're both scumbags for representing appreciating mass murderers, or both of them get free pass to just say whatever the fuck they want. Like, you want to love Hitler, like, people don't have to agree, but hey, go wild. You want to love Stalin? Hey, yeah, no, he's a monster. Go wild though. Whatever. It just has to be consistent. And again, that's what's pissing people the fuck off. Oh, you can love Stalin but not Hitler? Well, just for that, I'm going to love Hitler. That's what a lot of people are going to end up saying. Kitty, get the fuck off. What are you even doing? There's nothing for you there. Get off.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
And again, that's the thing. It's both that you're tired of pretending you're not, and that Hitler was very fucking cool. even before he became, you know, the modern iteration of Hitler, the leader of Germany. The World War One Hitler was very fucking cool, and that was before he hated the Jews. He's a fascinating figure.
Well,
to be honest,
this is the problem. You see, it's a bit like when you just say, "I'm a racist." You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK,
a Jewish journalist. Interesting.
Eminent journalist here and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
A little bit about Danny Finkelstein here. People were digging into him after the fact. He's an interesting fella. For one thing, although he did definitely have family that was affected by the Holocaust, deeply and tragically. Most of his family actually survived. I mean, he's here, so that's one thing there. But I think the only one who actually died that I heard mentioned was his grandmother, who died from after effects after they were already freed. So everyone left the camps, and his grandmother ended up dying after the fact. Again, terrible, not good. But more importantly, what I'm getting at is people have been looking into his kitty. What are you doing? Aside from knocking all my stuff over, people have been looking into like some of the stuff he wrote, and he's got stuff about victimhood culture needs to stop or whatever. So here he is talking about the Holocaust, and he's got a bit on victimhood culture, but I forget exactly how, but he drew that back to white people too, like you can't let white people own victimhood or something. Then he had another thing about we can't let white people's anger take advantage of free speech, and you have to lock some white people up for hate speech or whatever. And I forget his last one, but like they dug up like three good ones. Oh, something, some other thing about censorship or something, I think. But anyway, yeah, some interesting perspectives that I strongly disagree with. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke.
Because you're not world famous, for one thing. Again, not a Stalin fan, not a Hitler fan, but they're more noteworthy than your mom and dad. Just saying.
To him, but he complains
this is so
that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him.
Someone?
Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose whose family members
Oh my
were
gosh!
murdered.
Yeah, we got all that. We, me mom. Like we're, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler,
Because
and
he doesn't
dad
find
got
it
killed
funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking
I don't
cool.
care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a
That's the
prominent
problem.
conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Bruh. I like that. What the fuck are we doing here? And what are you doing, kitty? You gotta calm down. But yeah, what the heck is this nonsense, man? I don't know what we're doing here.
Prominent conservative in America has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million
Okay.
people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And
He's 100% correct. And if we're talking that sort of stuff, I am going to suggest here Daryl Cooper Murder Maids series on World War II. It starts in World War One actually, because you need the precursor or whatever. But I believe the overarching name is Enemies, because it is focused on the German perspective, and it's very interesting. But yeah, it starts with World War One and the absolute horrors of trench warfare, among other things, and covers some interesting people like Hitler in World War One and what's his name, Ernst Jünger, I believe. One of the major stormtroopers, and a fascinating figure. Like when you look into, and I hope they get into that because we've only seen episode 1 of the series so far, but I'm fascinated to see if they if he covers Ernst Jünger's stuff. And let me just make sure I've got the name right. I believe it's Ernst Jünger. Ernst Jünger, German author, soldier, philosopher. Yep, Storm of Steel. I did get it right, Ernst Jünger. But yeah, no, absolutely fascinating figure. Actually, a anti-Nazi, but a German patriot. So was serving in the war in World War II, and was actually implicated in one of the assassination attempts on Hitler. So anyway, very, very interesting figure, amazing soldier, just a fascinating story.
We're just tired of saying these kinds.
He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that?
The edits?
Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniform.
This is just fascinating. The old versus young here too. Like, what a fucking answer. What's cool about Hitler? The edits.
The parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions, and then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom," and it's like, shut up, like. No one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had been,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be?
Both can be true. Like, that's the thing here. Both can be true. He can be very fucking cool and, to quote Piers Morgan, very fucking a monster. Like, both can be absolutely true. And my people have been harmed by other people. Should I think they're monsters? Should I think? Yeah, I don't know. Like, what are we talking about here?
And that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler.
Really?
We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about
You're not a kid yourself anymore.
But yeah, absolutely proving the point. Oh, no, it is that serious. We have to drum home how serious it is.
Oh, you're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
warrens. Is this an
warrens.
interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members
Very powerful
to the
90
Nazis
seconds.
in such a callous, dismissive manner.
It wasn't powerful. Again, that's not saying I like what happened there, but how was that powerful?
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay. The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about
and
the Schindler's List?
Tell me about the
Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization.
This is not a part I had seen, but I like that. Again, I have mixed feelings about being so on the same page as Nick Fuentes here. This is kind of crazy just how much I have said the exact same thing. Yeah, no,
we had been from America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people,
Yep, browbeaten as a people. That's kind of what I was talking about. Like they use that as a wedge.
As Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization.
And with the lack of pride also comes the lack of purpose. If you don't have a people to uplift. So I think a lot of that is also coming across as the lack of purpose that young people are experiencing in the West. That comes down to this same issue here. Yeah, you're not allowed to even feel community or whatever. Like it cuts deeper than a lot of people realize, and a bunch of that does come down to, like I said, the post-World War mentality, the doctrine, the narrative that they pushed.
Their lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian. Because
again, he's so fucking good. You can agree or disagree. And again, I've said repeatedly, there are things I very much distrust about Nick Fuentes. I'm not a big fan of that he has been, I feel it's artificial that he's been pushed out here. I worry about what he will be used for. I don't necessarily trust his character. I think he is a bit of an egomaniac. I think he is not always telling the truth. I don't think honesty is necessarily one of his core values, so he can't be trusted, but he's so good at what he does.
This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives,
honestly, Nick Fuentes,
and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit.
How so?
And it's true. It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff. You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm banned from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money?
If I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say,
how much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now. Yeah. Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation about.
Again, it's such a different difference in perspective. Like, how does Piers think he's just coming from a different time? Like, why does he think I'm not done hearing about those things that are long gone at this point? There are still people who are, there are people who were alive from the Holocaust, and there are definitely people alive under Jim Crow, but it's like, why are you not tired of talking about that? Like, I don't think it's helping, because it has been twisted. Like, of course there were objections there, of course there were bad things, but the modern iteration of that discussion is not productive to making anyone's lives, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, whatever, better. Like, it's not improving things. So Piers saying, like, I'm not done talking about it, isn't the dunk he thinks it is. It's quite the opposite, and it makes him look out of touch to, I think, most of the people in my generation or younger, definitely younger. Again, I'm outside of Nick's audience range, generally, average audience, and there are plenty of people my age that that would side more with Piers, but younger than me, they're just like, get this fucking British moron off the screen, man. He's not making any sense whatsoever.
Slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow, we're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Yeah, I'm not done hearing about that. Like, that's compelling to almost no one. I hope that's not compelling to anyone. And again, that's not saying those were good things, just to be very clear. I want people to be treated fairly, and Jim Crow and slavery and whatever the other one was, the Holocaust was anyway. But whatever the full range of things we should be talking about are, that doesn't mean I fucking agree with them. But the idea that we need to keep dragging on about it, and again, I think those things are all used to damage our way of life. Like, it makes life worse for us, not better. So yeah, no, we're fucking done. And that's why Nick's saying what he's saying. That's why a lot of people are saying what they're saying. And I think the power structure needs to get on board, or unfortunately, things will go down a very dark road. I don't want history to repeat. I don't want more prejudice and discrimination. I don't want any of that. But if we're not allowed an off-ramp, I think that is definitely a potential future where things break out and extremists prevail. That's not a good thing.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crying
three
minorities
sons.
anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have deep.
What are his views about slavery and the Holocaust? I mean, he's said he's not in favor of genocide. Again, you can believe him or not on that, but he hasn't been here saying that the Holocaust was great. And slavery hasn't even really come up. I don't get the talking point here.
Take our country back.
I've got 3
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crying
3
minorities
sons.
anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views.
Kind of. Again, if you're using one to bludgeon out the other, it kind of is. Like, again, because if you want a strong nation, if you want a strong border, you're called a if you are a nationalist, you're called a national socialist. You're called a Nazi. You're called a white supremacist for not wanting to let other people into your country. They are interlinked. They're absolutely interlinked. If you've ever heard someone call someone else a Nazi for expressing like just basic conservative views, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That right there is the link. If the pro-open borders, pro-minority, pro-affirmative action, so-called reverse discrimination, it's just discrimination, side is telling you that, you can't, that you're a Nazi for not agreeing with them,
views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that.
Again, he hasn't shown really a lack of compassion. He's shown a unwilling, and I want to be very clear. I haven't watched a whole lot of Nick. I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan. I like some of what he said. I dislike others. I distrust him. But he hasn't come across as like uncaring here. He's said he's done with being bullied. He hasn't said he wants other people to be bullied. It's just
and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible.
Again,
you can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion.
Again, lack of humanity and compassion. Where has he done that? He just hasn't agreed with you. It's a very lib, very leftist talking point there, that you're going to smear someone as inhumane because they didn't agree with you. Like, again, I don't think Nick has been uncompassionate, uncaring, any of that.
For people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. He hasn't
done anything.
Is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation for saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't
Sounds like some fucking communist gobbledygook to me.
working. And I'll tell you the truth right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this. Our people are being genocided in our country.
Absolutely.
50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and
Oh, he's going to say minority, and Piers is going to say, and I'm fine with that, or that's a good thing or something. Oh, holy shit. I see. I hope I'm wrong. Well, actually, I hope I'm right, because it'd be funny.
compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I
forget. Was it SPLC? But yeah, I know one of the big organizations
don't
did.
believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me and
1
you.
point some billion,
Yeah,
2 billion.
How
I don't know.
how many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes.
I wish I had a voice filter. I mean, I do, but I don't use it much. But anyway, yeah, no, I just want like a growly fucking thing just to call Piers Morgan a retard. Like, what? Again, a bunch of this shit is just pretending not to understand. Like, just like blacks are a minority but can commit a vastly disproportionate amount of violent crime, like we were talking about earlier, the same can be true for Jews here. Like, the idea that, especially if you look into like ideology, like, yes, there are Christians that want to indoctrinate and convert others. There are also a lot of Christians that want to be left alone. Like, they want to do their own thing. So if one group is more passive than the other, even a smaller group can have more influence. So this whole thing is just it's Piers Morgan pretending not to understand
Holocaust.
things.
They don't care about that.
Like,
Actually, they
again,
like to
I
see
don't
it. At the
even know what to say.
SPLC, they're literally counting down the
I don't know what
days
to say
until
here.
whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the
How many
Jews.
Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world?
Yeah, just go into numbers.
Like me.
1 point some billion,
Yeah,
2 billion. I don't know.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you.
The other thing is, the Christians don't all get along. I'm not saying the Jews do either, but there is a stronger in-group preference for Jews. Like, the 1.1 billion Christians or whatever is they don't have that same sort of shared identity. You have the various sects. You have Catholics and Protestants and all that. You have whites and blacks and Hispanics, and I'm not even breaking that down on racial points. I'm just saying you have, like, they're coming from very different cultures. Like, a Hispanic Christian is going to, not necessarily primarily, but their viewpoint is going to be as a Hispanic Christian. It's not going to be necessarily as a Christian. Like, they're going to have that basis in that. And then you have white Christians, and you have also white Eastern European Christians. These are all diverse groups. You don't have a World Christian Council, for example, and we already talked about like AIPAC and JINSA and stuff like that. You don't have that same that same consolidated influence. So it doesn't really matter how many people they are. It matters how how they're grouping and what they're doing. You have plenty of Christian-Jewish alliance groups, and all of them are about protecting the Jews. I mean, that should tell you something right there.
You're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people,
he really
when there are
hated
over
that.
1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going.
It does seem like there's a whole lot of anti-Christian sentiment from the power structures. Like, you don't see the power structures hating on the Jews generally, quite the opposite, in fact. And you do see a whole lot of targeted hate and attacks and discrimination on Christians.
On at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
who am I losing to?
White people,
who
these
am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing.
Amazing.
Losing. When you say
who am I losing
white
to?
people,
Who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference.
Who am I losing
He
to?
looks so upset here, too.
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration.
I think he liked that. I think he liked that, guys.
White people.
Who
These
am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration.
Oh. Am I wrong? Again, Piers Morgan, humiliation fetish. That might have been the moment for Piers. Like that might have been his favorite element of this debate so far. Oh, he's such a fucking weirdo, man.
And here's the difference.
Who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years?
That's a excellent point, because you do have to just look into that. Where is the arrow pointing? Like, what is the trend? What is the direction?
In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no,
I'm
coming to the same part, because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later. But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly. So they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
You're not confused. Like, did that look like a confused delivery there? That was not confusion. Anyway,
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later.
I was going to say, like, that's the answer. Maybe I will someday or something like that. Like, yeah.
It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers, well, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one.
Partnership.
You're actively telling them.
You're extrapolating. You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore.
But yeah, no, it is like they're both kind of correct here. Like Piers has more of a point than he has previously, but Nick also has a solid defense here. Like, it's true. Like, all that shit Nick said is true, but that doesn't mean you can't just you can avoid women. Like, all that shit's true. Like, women can be annoying. Women do get old and fat, just like everyone else does. You still kind of need them if you want a family, if you want that, like, that level of partnership. You can't really get that elsewhere. So yeah, there are problems with modern women. You also probably still want to get with a woman and get married and have children and have a family and stuff like that. It's not a contradiction.
You're extrapolating. You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive?
Exactly.
We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
He's fucking famous, man. There ain't no way.
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy-bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No.
I like that.
But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely.
Based. Again, like, that's his strength. He's just fucking owning all of this.
Women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Absolutely not.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you?
Again, I wonder if you break this down, like, who this works for and who this works against, because I think most of the population, and again, the younger people, are going to be the ones affecting policy going forward. Like, who is this working on? Like, that Piers Morgan is just coming off as super insufferable here.
Absolutely not.
They should stay at home.
It's not compelling.
Well,
he looks like he's about to cry. Sorry, I shouldn't shame on that thing, on that front, but like, it does. He's getting super, like, he actually looks upset here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? Yeah,
he actually seems like hurt, and that he's going on the defense here.
For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here.
Yeah, he's
But actually,
pissed.
you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you?
Holy
aren't you,
shit.
Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All
Holy
women
shit.
grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
Moving on.
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says
Absolutely. Oh my. Oh, what are we doing here,
the guy
guys?
who's never got laid.
That's the
Wow.
thing, though. You boomers, it's
You think
always
you're an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
This is amazing. He's so fucking pissed off, Piers Morgan. Like, it's insane. And they already discussed that he's a Catholic, you don't have sex before marriage. Like, I don't know, man. It just, again, it's just a big gap and a big gap in rhetorical ability here too. Like, Piers is just coming off as so unlikable. It doesn't even matter who is correct, what position is correct. Nick is absolutely destroying him on debate tactics.
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got.
He's so
Absolutely
pissed.
not.
They should stay at home.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
How is that different than the leftists we mocked for years? Like, oh, I'm just going to call you a racist and a misogynist and an anti-Semite and a Nazi, and it's not beating the allegations.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't
Is
you,
that
Nick
your
Fuentes?
dunk? He's a dinosaur?
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow.
Absolutely
Says the
not.
guy
I
who's
love
never
that.
got laid.
That's the
Wow.
thing, though. You boomers, it's
Do you think you're
always
an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, it really does seem that he's just missing the point here, and we could talk about his relationship. A bunch of people dug into that after the fact, and it's absolutely hilarious. I won't dwell on it too much, just because I'd need to pull up a lot of sources, but it's absolutely insane. There are pages and pages and pages of public social media posts, newspaper articles. Like, his wife's favorite phrase is basically, I hate Piers, he's fat and ugly, and I'd rather have sex with literally anyone else on the planet, and I love pretending to have sex with other men. And no, it's crazy. I hinted at it earlier. I think either Piers Morgan is like unbelievably pathetic and weak and lets his wife run all over him, or he likes it. I'm leaning more towards the latter. I think it's a fetish. For all I know, he actually convinced his wife to treat him that way. He's like, you have to do this. So maybe he was pushing it maybe to, oh, there's a throwback. What's his name? Jack Murphy? Is that who that was? There's nothing more alpha than getting cucked or something. Yeah. I was like, is that who that was? Is that his name? I gotta look that up real quick. Jack Murphy. But yeah. Is that who that was? Not seeing it. Let me see if I add cuck to it. Cuck. It brings him up. Jack Murphy is a beta male cuck. Yeah. That's amazing. Like, it literally brought me to the right Jack Murphy when I said cuck. All right. So yeah, I was correct. Jack Murphy. But yeah, he was cultivating erotic energy from a surprising source, pimping out your wife to others. But yeah, anyway, so I was correct. That's who that was. But anyway, it's got that same sort of energy.
About empathy.
But yeah, so he's the alpha male cuck. He probably sat his wife down and said, "Listen here, toots. I want you to go out there, tell everyone I'm a disgusting fuck, that you never want to touch me, you never want to look at me, you don't want to wake up next to me, you'd rather I died. I demand you treat me that way." That's what I'm getting. Like, I think he was an active participant in how his wife treats him. And yeah, so yeah, he sat her down and he's like, "This is what I'm into, sweetie. You're gonna treat me like absolute garbage," and she fucking did. That's my read on the issue. But anyway, Piers Morgan, like, you can look into it. There are multiple people who dug it up after the fact. I forget all of them. I forget if it was on. It might have been on both, but the Carl Benjamin Sargon of Akkad did some good and his people, the Lotus Eaters podcast. The Lotus Eaters did some good stuff on that. So I think there's a video on Akkad Daily as well as Lotus Eaters talking about that. And there were some other issues. There were some other people also talking about it. But yeah, no, some people did some deep dives into Piers Morgan, and holy shit, it's bad. Like, it's really, really bad. Like, I touched on some of it, but it still doesn't even do it justice. No, like, we're talking giga cuckery, so it's kind of wild. There's if we're talking, because again, most of it was just his wife treating him like garbage when he wasn't even there. But if we're talking involving him personally, there's a picture of him like vacuuming and looking sad and pathetic. And I mean, it again, I think it's a humiliation ritual, and I think he's in on it, and I think he likes it. That's my theory.
Free love.
Given you've never got laid?
Oh my, I just realized, if I was bigger, Piers Morgan might be like enjoying how I'm talking about him right now. That's wild. It won't, but I'm saying, like, in a theoretical universe, this goes viral, like, Piers Morgan might be having a good time right now. That's wild.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So
He really didn't know how right he was there, I think. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Hey, let me play another clip of yours about women.
Let me play another clip. We're going right to another clip.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean, like, that sounds bad when I say it.
All right, let's just head things off right there. It is a very common fetish. And you can see that in just, if you look at female literature, female erotic or romantic literature. So again, do women want to literally be raped? No, of course not. Most of them. There are some that do, and I forget what it's called, but it's pretty disgusting. There are some that, like, rape bait or whatever. They try to go out there and try to put men into that position, but that is a minority. No, women do not want to be raped, but that sounds bad. To quote Nick Fuentes, that sounds bad when I say it like that. No, but the power play, the dynamics is a massive component, and the women being powerless in front of a man that they like, that is an important element. HR, to use that meme. But yeah, women being powerless before a man, and that man that they like taking advantage of them and forcing them, is a common element. And again, you can look at women's literature for that. Women writers write that, and women readers read that. So he like, again, it's so wild. Like, Nick just says stuff that is unpopular to say, but correct, and Piers is getting outraged about it and acting like it makes him look bad.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean, like, that sounds bad when I say it like that, but there's, like, a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. but also they have to pretend. But part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think
that was really cut really short too. Like I wonder what the rest of the context was. But yeah, it is kind of a wild thing, and I'm not defending it. I'm not saying it's good, but there are women who want to have their man beat them up because it actually makes them feel safe. I get the logic. They want to know that their man is man enough to control them, to do physical violence even to them. Like they know that also means that maybe that guy will defend them and fight other men. In that respect, it's confusing, it's weird, but there are those women who view that abuse as actually comforting. Again, that's not to say that that's good. That's not to say that I approve of that, but he's absolutely right that is a thing that happens.
Women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies
Yep.
about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about?
Yep.
I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Some of them.
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Yep.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship?
Again,
People say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Again, it doesn't matter who's right. It's not a winning tactic. Like Piers is just looking like a bitter person lashing out. Like especially considering Nick has gotten the best of him on all these other instances too. Like it's not a compelling argument. It doesn't matter who's right. It doesn't matter who's wrong. It's just it just doesn't look good. Him especially. I mean, they've already brought in the age issue. I'm not gonna say Piers should be nicer to Nick because Nick's young and he's old or whatever. But there's this huge age gap too, and that does play into it. Like Piers Morgan, a 60-year-old dude, is like getting all bothered by this guy who's not even 30 yet. And that is just an interesting dynamic.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about
very
women.
Angry.
They get
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if
He's
women have
trying to
done
define
a
it,
terrible
too.
disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip.
Yeah,
I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them, and that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a.
That's a massive oversimplification there. I'll call him out on that one. Nah, nope.
Little look, they're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle.
Dynamic.
Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess
well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home.
My favorite meme from this debate was, and it relates to the Piers Morgan being a gigacuck, allegedly, is Piers Morgan to Nick Fuentes. Nick, you're 27 and you haven't even had sex with my wife yet?
I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up. That's what they want. That they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it.
Okay, and similar to the racist answer, so what? Like, and again, it depends on how you're looking at things, the angle. Like, a racist can just be someone who prefers their own race. There's nothing wrong with that. And likewise, a misogynist can just be someone who prefers, like, who values men or something like that. I don't, like, again, the answer here is so what, and then Piers has nothing. Like, and I'm guessing that's where Nick's gonna go here too.
Because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old.
He should just say thank you.
And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who...
Again, if Nick wanted to, and like, let's just take him at his word. For all I know, he's having a ton of sex, but I don't think so. I'll take him at his word on that. But, and I don't think he should have embraced the label of incel. I think he's a voluntary celibate. But yeah, it's like, he's fucking famous. Serial killers who are famous for much worse reasons than he is, get a bunch of attention from women. Like, you can say what you want about Nick Fuentes, but just by him being fucking famous, I'm sure he could have sex if he wanted to. So it's wild, the whole, oh, you can't have sex. It's like, no, either he's lying and is having sex, or he is telling the truth, but could be having sex if he wanted. And again, I think it's wrong to even focus on that as some sort of like value judgment. Like, it shouldn't fucking matter anyway. Like, who cares? Like, even if he couldn't have sex, he should still be judged on his opinions, not on whether or not he can have sex with women. It's such a weird fucking argument. But again, and it's a weird thing to defend him on, but it's like, he's famous. I'm sure, I believe him that women are throwing themselves at him in his DMs, I'm sure.
And build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No. See, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
These words mean nothing to me. Well, hang
you
on.
gave
Whoa,
yourself,
can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
Calm down.
Did you?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't give you the label. You did.
You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself a label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little.
Simmer
all right?
down,
You're going to have
buddy.
to bring it down a notch and relax.
Simmer down.
This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is...
That's gotta sting. Oh.
Trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself a label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up.
Like, just look at the attitudes here. Like, Nick's mostly having a good time. Piers has gotten under his skin a couple times, but for the most part, he's just doing his thing. He's doing business, and Piers seems to actually be getting kind of upset.
I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is, okay, What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview.
Okay.
Right? You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least...
Get it? At least? He said there might be 600 million, right? Like, 100 times 6. Because, he said it could be 100 times worse. Oh my goodness.
6 million. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist.
That is significant.
He's doubling down on the trolling here too. He's a Nick Fuentes, the Holocaust maximalist.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist.
Please stop. I can't take anymore.
Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
This is great.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought.
And Piers just keeps going. This is pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. And I'm crying again for like the third time just from laughing so hard. Oh, this is great. Oh my god, I didn't think it would be this entertaining. I knew it was crazy. Again, I'd seen some of it. I knew it was crazy, but I didn't think I'd have this much fun with this. Holy shit. Oh.
Process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit.
I can't believe Piers is just ignoring this. He just wants to win so bad or get humiliated. I don't even know what he's trying to do, but how is this compelling?
You're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Then he just has to go in there and you said you're not gay. Okay, so isn't that like, because he's using that as an insult. That's not very progressive of Piers there. He's going to get canceled. He should go to jail, man. I think that was homophobic, man. The British government should lock him up.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole...
I'm not saying
this is like a weird...
I'm not saying you have to care. Nick, you don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry shout.
He is such a fucking gigacuck. This is unbelievable.
Party match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
Do we take a break here too? Nah, there's nothing I have to do. You know what? Let me just because this is getting pretty long. We're at we're at almost 5 hours. Jeez, man. But yeah, so I'm still streaming. But for those of you on YouTube, this will probably be a break here. So yeah, I'll cut a break here since they're going to commercial too, and then we'll be back with the next one when this. So yeah, we're still live, but when I cut this up, this will be the break here. So yeah, I'll see you next time. Peace. That's probably the cut there. Welcome back.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played.
It's pretty funny. So it's amazing. They will always go after people who criticize, like people on the right who criticize Trump. They will use that as an attack against them. We've seen it multiple times. We've seen it. I think that the example that jumps to mind most readily is they did that to Dave Smith. I think that was Ben Shapiro. Dave Smith has told that story a couple times. I think it's one of the first times Shapiro used the full, like, the name Dave Smith. He used to call it like a comedian or a podcaster, and then once Dave broke with Trump and was like, I don't agree with this. I think that was kind of monstrous. That was probably over the Iran strike. Ben Shapiro was like, this guy Dave Smith doesn't support Daddy Trump. And again, Shapiro is a hardcore never Trumper. He was a never Trumper, and now he's core MAGA somehow. But yeah, that's a separate issue. But point is, it's great. They will jump on you don't support Trump enough, even if they themselves have deeply criticized Trump. And I'm not saying that's Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan, I believe, is a friend of Trump. He's mentioned that a couple times, many times actually. Probably the only thing he's mentioned more is that his brother is a soldier, unlike him, who is a cuck. Literally, probably, like, yeah, just by all definitions, literally, allegedly. But yeah, it's very transparent. It's like, oh, you don't like Trump enough. We're gonna criticize you on that.
You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
What do I even say there?
You post
what do I say?
Posted this on X. You said performance.
He didn't even let him respond. He's just like, I'm still gonna hammer up. Like, this is weak as shit.
Cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Nick Fuentes, I want to talk to you about performative cruelty.
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people. And you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative.
He's performative, but not cruel.
I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can.
I will say, once again, I'm impressed by Nick's delivery and sharpness on answers here, because that is something I wasn't a huge fan, because it does seem like he can be performative, like Piers was saying actually, and he does sometimes just try to grab the headlines, and sometimes that can be from attacking Trump. So I wasn't a huge fan of his tweet about that it was performative cruelty or whatever. That's not how I read it, but he at least sold his position well. Like, you can agree with it or not, but he said where he was coming from. And I will say I'm mixed. I think the government memes are like half cringe and half hilarious and based. It's embarrassing, it's weird, it's like, what are we doing here? But then sometimes it's just absolutely hilarious. And I didn't see the Carpenter edit. Like, I've seen some deportation stuff I don't like. I've seen some I do and I think is amazing. If we're criticizing Trump here, I think all of his snuff films are war crimes, and admitting to them publicly, like, I think that's pretty fucking wild. Like, he bragged about like on his Truth Social, he bragged about murdering a bunch of tribes people in who the fuck knows even what country at that point, because we've bombed a bunch of them. That was pretty wild. Syria or something, I don't know, I don't even remember. And then those boat bombings again, like, a lot of people are like, oh no, we support that. Like, I just think that's wild, and I'll say as much. I don't care. I don't know if it is unpopular or not. It unfortunately seems to be on more my side of things. I think I think some of that is astroturfing, but there's definitely a bunch of people who support that shit, and I think that is pretty disgusting, and I will say as much. But yeah, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Like, let's say all of them are drug dealers. The Venezuelan boats is what I'm talking about here. I still don't like bragging about killing these people, and I still don't think we need to kill these people. That there's plenty. Like, we can just break it down logically. There's plenty of stuff we can do there, like that. The vast majority of fentanyl is not coming from Venezuela. If anything's coming from Venezuela, I've heard it's like cocaine or whatever, and that's not what's killing. Like, you can like cocaine or not, that's not what's killing the American people. But what it comes down to me is, you don't just get to declare someone a enemy combatant, a narco terrorist or whatever the fuck, and then kill them without a declaration of war. That's what I have an issue with. It's like, we're not at war with these people. You can't just be like, they're bad people, they're drug dealers, so we're going to kill them. If we know where they are, let's just do what we always did and arrest them. Like, if it's even in our jurisdiction. I'm not sure where. Like, again, let's take it as a given that those people are shipping drugs. I don't know if they are, but I know some of them almost certainly are. Like, again, there is an argument there. They've got tons of motors, very few people, although, like, some of the first strikes had like 14 people, 12 people or something like that. That might not have been a drug dealing operation. I don't know why they'd have so many people on board. But yeah, then you have these boats with 2 people on board and 4 motors or whatever, and a bunch of these barrels. Like, those are probably drug dealers. I don't know where they're going. Probably not to America. I've heard they don't have the range. They're probably going to some other island and manufacturing drugs or something. So yeah, not saying they're good people. We know where they are. I'm not sure we have jurisdiction over them to arrest them, and I definitely don't believe we have jurisdiction over them to kill them. So anyway, if we're talking, I got a little off topic there, but if we're talking about Trump being mean-spirited and shit, absolutely, there's a bunch of that. But I've seen some government memes that are hilarious, and then some that just make me deeply embarrassed, and some that make me disgusted, like the murder reels. We don't have to get into that too much. I already did, but holy shit, like, I find that very disturbing. Again, even if they're drug dealers, we shouldn't be killing them. We should be we should be tracking them. We obviously have the tracking capabilities since we're dropping missiles on them. We should be tracking them, and if they enter our waters with contraband, arrest them, take their shit, and either jail them here at cost, that's unfortunate, or deport them. But then if we deport them, they're going to do it again or whatever. But yeah, we can stop these people without killing them. And that's not even a pacifist approach. I'm not like, we should never kill anybody, but they're non-combatants. Even if they're bad actors, they're non-combatants. Arrest them. Arrest them.
Call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner.
Ye.
What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
Oh, Piers is so cringe. I'm glad we're almost done. I can't take much more of this. It's hilarious. And I've laughed very hard many times, so I'm glad I'm doing this. But wow, it's pain too.
Okay, so you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Okay,
no one laughs.
So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women
and
to be
men are
treated
different.
equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
That
Yeah, because women and men are different.
Look,
Do you
it's your
believe there are
view.
two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think
That's
the Catholic
me, though.
Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's
Really?
no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
That's like, he's just moving on, and I mean that's the right move there, but that's a pretty good dunk there. There are no female priests.
Church's teachings
Like
reflect that?
there's clearly different treatment there.
I do. Yeah, there's
Really?
no female priests.
But yeah, it comes down to what you're defining as a right. Like, obviously, everyone should have the same basic rights, like under the American thing that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But that doesn't mean you have a right to, for example, be a priest or something. That's someone else's decision. Like, an organization can be like, no, we're not doing that.
Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. Sorry. I hope you have a good argument there, because they don't. They don't.
I think they do. Yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so. Yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were
Okay.
Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
At least you turned it into a laugh. But no, that's
true.
That's one
And
of
I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look,
Right.
I mean,
that was one of his weakest arguments there. That went nowhere. Like, I don't know why, because again, he's pretty sharp. I don't know why he doubled down on that. Like you should just, if that's how you feel, lead with the, well, they should. Don't say they do, because that's just not true. I'm not big on the I'm not informed on the Catholic stuff, but I think they try to stay relatively apolitical. I'm not sure they have a position one way or another on things like should women vote or whatever, but I think I would have heard about it if their clear-cut position was women shouldn't vote.
women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men, and they can't teach men, and that's why there's no female priests.
It says a lot of
So I
things
don't
in the
think
Bible. I mean, do you take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
but,
it.
I mean,
Is
is this now
all of it is
a
sacrosanct.
theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic position.
I am a Catholic. I just many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because
Yeah,
the whole.
aren't you not supposed to? Like, the Pope is one of the supreme authorities there. That is pretty great. Like, now Piers kind of blundered into it. Like, he had Nick on the ropes for like only the third time here, and he's letting him out again.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic position.
I am a Catholic. I just many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole basis of being Catholic is accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
If one of the big concepts is that someone has supreme authority and you're saying they don't have supreme authority, that you are going to have a hard time convincing others that you are a member of that religion.
You could be, well, yeah, I mean, you could say
Unless you're an
that, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
An extremist? You mean a Catholic?
So you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if you're an
sloppy.
extremist.
It
But
is
even the
pretty
Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended.
And there's some of that shit we should repeal. Just saying.
27
Oh my
times.
goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually.
It
This is
really
very,
isn't.
this is
Just a statement of
tabloid.
fact.
It's not rigorous intellectually or religiously. Like, are you really like? Again, I'm not a Christian, but comparing the Word of God to the Constitution is kind of cringe.
Unless you're an
That, but it wouldn't
extremist.
be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if you're an
sloppy.
extremist. But even the
That's
Constitution,
just sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended
Yeah.
27
Oh my
times.
God. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very, this is
Just a statement of
tabloid
fact.
theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We were talking about Trump and somehow we got
on
into
Trump,
your
look,
white
on
knight.
Yeah, Nick got let off the hook there big time by Piers being incompetent.
Fighting for women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink.
And again, it's Piers Morgan again doing that moralistic bullying. Like, he's trying to determine what Nick Fuentes has and pin him to beliefs that he has not said or whatever. Like look what he's doing here. Like, oh well, okay, you just don't think women should have the same rights. I do. You're in this corner. I'm over here in this chair, watching, enjoying.
Talking about Trump and somehow we got into
Trump,
you're
look,
white
on
knighting for women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
Don't do it, Piers. Do not. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's totally 100% gonna do it. I barely even want to hit play.
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you?
That's almost as bad. I wish he'd gone right in. I wish he'd gone right into like I'm gonna be at the women's march. What, you're not man enough to be at the women's march? This is almost as cringe, but that was a missed opportunity. I so wanted him just straight go into, I'm gonna go march for women's rights. You fucking chud.
Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Moving on.
Gross. Absolutely not.
What,
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Piers. What are you doing, bro? On it. I'm once again stun locked. What? That's his win? You think tampons are gross? Look, I'm losing my fucking mind here.
Your friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever, I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
Oh. Is Piers tampon shaming? Look, I'm like 5 hours into this. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. What the fuck? This is so stupid.
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Dude, I gotta watch this whole thing again. Holy shit, the facial expressions too. I'm losing my mind.
For the women's march, are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever, I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
Again, there's just times I want to pause to interject, but then anything I interject is just gonna be useless anyway, because I can't do justice to the absolute fucking cringe we're witnessing here. What am I supposed to say? Stop it.
You like that?
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen them around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
Onward.
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Mick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second.
What racism did he admit to? This is wild. Like, you've heard you've heard everything he said, but you tricked, I'm doing the scare quotes there, you tricked him into saying that he was a racist when he literally just said, sure, let's move on, basically, is what he was getting at there. And he still thinks that's a fucking win. Like content of character, not color of skin, to use that analogy. Like, what has Nick said when in this discussion that is racist? He's been pretty even keeled. So he said he was a racist when you pressed him on it. How has he demonstrated that? Because I don't think he really has. But he's still fucking spun out about it. It's amazing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism.
Blatant self-admitted racism was him responding to Piers Morgan, calling him a racist, being like, sure, yeah, whatever. That's his blatant self-admitted racism.
You're more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about
It's
anything.
amazing.
It's very
Really,
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson, in which he was, oddly, I like Tucker, we get on well. I was with him last week in London. He gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative.
There are very few people I trust. I've also had that with Tucker. I like Tucker. I think he's an important voice. I think he's one of the most moral voices. I have my disagreements with him. I've dunked on him on Twitter with my 50 followers or whatever, most of which are spammers who want me to buy shit from them. So yeah, my 6 followers or whatever. I've been critical of Tucker on plenty of issues, but I think he's a force for good in the world. But also, I get where Nick is coming from here. He's not a fully trustworthy person, just like Nick. Like, again, I've called Nick out multiple times here in this reaction here as well. But yeah, no, he's not wrong.
He's a handler. He handles people.
Yeah,
that's
like
what he
Tucker.
does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone.
Yeah, no, I don't buy that. I think that's pretty put on.
I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is, whatever that's.
If we're so he's saying it might alienate him from some of the conservative movement. If I'm going to throw that same distrust back on Nick, I'd actually say that Tucker Carlson is a very contentious issue. So him distrusting Tucker Carlson would actually also ingratiate Nick Fuentes with some powerful elements of the so-called conservative movement as well. So you could spin that either way. Like, he's saying he's going to alienate some people. He's going to alienate some of the populists. He's going to ingratiate himself with some of the actual power players, though, too, which I think is some of what Nick Fuentes is doing.
CIA bullshit is. I'm not going to be a part of it. So, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is, not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience...
I haven't followed every Tucker episode or anything like that, but I haven't seen... I've seen a few, and I haven't seen him really going hard after Fuentes. And, I don't know. Again, if what I have been criticizing Tucker over is he wants to play the... I'm not even sure moderate is the right word. Almost liberal, in that he wants to earn good boy points from not being not even racist, but not even being collectivist, which is very weird for someone who is okay with nationalism. Like, Tucker believes and promotes protecting Americans. So it's very interesting that he calls out all collectivism. And to some extent, I get it, because he's coming at it from the Christian perspective. He's like, everyone is the same under God or whatever. But you still, it's like, how I see it is, you can still promote and protect your own tribe. It doesn't mean the others are lesser, but if you're not, it's just... I view it as an extreme betrayal when you're not willing to stand up for your own people. It's not about hatred of others, but if you're so attached to the idea that you can't look down on others, that you're looking down on your own people. I view that as even worse. Just you have to defend your, if you value your group. Like, that's the weird thing. Like, Tucker Carlson keeps going on about how he's a Christian, and I think he is. I think he has some very good perspectives too. But he keeps going on about how, like, he's a Christian, so he's not gonna look down on others or judge others or hate others. And again, it's not about hate, but if you have these Christian values, you should also be wanting to protect the people who uphold those Christian values. So you can't just open the gates. You have to draw a line on what that identity is. So if you value Americans, that does mean you have to defend Americans from foreigners. If you value Christians, that means you have to defend Christians from non-Christians. There is going to be some in-group, out-group preference. It doesn't have to come down to hate, but if you're denying the in-group, out-group preference, if you're denying collectivism, if you're denying tribalism, nationalism. Again, he doesn't even denounce nationalism, which makes it all so much weirder. But anyway, I'm just kind of rambling a little bit, but it just weirds me out. And it is incongruent. It's like, what I don't get what Tucker Carlson is doing when he denounces protecting people he claims to care about. I don't think he's a bad actor, but I strongly disagree with him on that stance.
Awfully great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced.
Have you seen him? That's why people like him.
So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
Yeah.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her.
I will say I like Candace Owens too. I don't trust her either. I don't trust any of these people in the sphere either. I think she's even less trustworthy than Tucker Carlson. She's got her extreme issues too. A lot of people going after her, though, I also very much distrust, because she's been right on some stuff. But what I was getting at, I'm glad I remembered, because I almost lost it, because it's, again, we're more than 5 hours in here to this 2-hour React video. We're getting there. We're almost done. We've got like 20 more minutes or something of video left. But yeah, Candace Owens, I like her more than Nick Fuentes on a lot of issues, but I am totally on Nick's side in the Nick versus Candace issue. Candace behaved like an absolute snake in that. She said it was going to be a friendly interview. I don't know about the pay gating, paywalling. The episode ended up paywalled. I don't know if that was just, I mean, she discussed it, but I'm not sure if it was openly discussed with Nick. Nick was going to sit down with Candace and they were going to have a discussion. I don't know if he knew it was going to be kind of hidden away to her most hardcore fans who are going to be paying her. But most importantly, she just massively misrepresented things, in my opinion, and went after him hard when she said she wouldn't, which, I mean, again, you can say that's fine, but then what I really resent is that she then tried to play it the other way, like that she didn't do that. Again, one way or the other, own it. Like, you can say, oh yeah, no, I'd even get that if you think he's this terrible person and you have him sit down and you're like, yeah, I told him we were going to have a friendly discussion, but his views are just so vile, I had to pin him down on this. Like, that's still a little slimy, but at least you're owning it. Like, I get it. You're like, oh, he's bad. I had to betray my principles to expose how bad he was, and I don't regret it. That's not what she did. She sat him down and then tried to smear him. And I think the main reason she sat down with him at all is because he was still more toxic than he is now at this point. Like, he's somewhat mainstreamed himself now, which is kind of wild. But back then he was still this like verboten figure who you're not allowed to engage with. So I think she sat down with him to draw not parallels, but contrast between herself and him, being like, I am not Nick Fuentes. So I think she wanted to use him to draw those differences, be like, no, he's bad, I'm good, I called him out. But then again, she went back to her crowd and was like, Nick Fuentes, we sat down, I treated him fairly, and then he went and complained and was sexist towards me. So it stunk. She mistreated him. In my opinion, in my perspective, I don't have the full story. I didn't follow it super closely. This is just what I was picking up from each side. It seems like he sat down in good faith. She claimed to be sitting down in good faith, went after him for her own gain, and then he went off and bitched about her, and she went off and bitched about him and misrepresented what was going on, and saying that he was pathetic and an incel and a virgin, basically all this same stuff Piers has been saying, that, you know, he just overreacted. He can't handle a strong woman, and he's a bad actor. It just pissed me off. Again, at least own it. You sat him down and you ambushed him. That's fine. Be like, yeah, no, he's a bad person and I held him to account or something. I don't think that works either, as we're seeing here with Piers, but I'd still respect that more. As pathetic as this is, I respect that more than ambushing and then playing the victim. Like, that's something else. And again, that's just my opinion. I didn't follow that super closely, but that's kind of what I was picking up. I think Candace did stab Nick in the back, and Nick went off and ranted about it, and then she misrepresented what he was saying and what she had done. And again, this is coming from someone who is more on her side than his side on a lot of these issues. But yeah, no, that was scummy behavior. Anyway, let's keep going.
She like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently.
She called him out on a few of his more incendiary comments. That's cuck behavior right there already. My freaking voice is going too, so we probably will be I almost want to just call it here, but we'll just keep going. I'll probably be reacting slightly less, although I can never help but jump back into it. But yeah, let's just let this play out.
Recently, what's going on there?
Well, you know, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides.
That's hilarious.
You know, I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O. And she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be a...
That's weird. I didn't think it was a day, because she'd been saying maybe it was pre-recorded or something like that. But she'd been hinting at it for, I think, over a week or something. So it's weird to hear him say that it was a day. Because yeah, I listened to one of her shows and she said, hey, and we got this thing coming up, and I thought it was like a week away or something. But anyway,
we're literally in the middle of a war, and she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O, and she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing.
Yep. Again, I think part of it was she wanted to prove to not even her audience, but similar to how Nick has been trying to mainstream himself, I think she wanted to prove to some other audience that wasn't her audience, some power brokers or something like that, that she is not Nick Fuentes. She wanted to draw that distinction. At least that was my feeling.
Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely.
One of my big things is I'm very suspicious, similar to, even though like I've criticized Tucker and I've criticized Candace here both tonight and said that I don't trust them completely, or even close to completely. Like I have issues with their trustworthiness, but I think a sizable, significant majority of the people attacking either of those people are also not to be trusted. Like that's another red flag for me. And Nick Fuentes going after Candace Owens so hard when a bunch of these other people who are going after Candace Owens are essentially my enemy. It's like enemy propagandists. I can't, there's not much I can say to defend Nick here. Aside from that, he's petty. Like at the best I can do is that he's just being a petty bitch here and attacking Candace Owens. The worst is, that he's in on it and that he is also on the side of all those other people attacking Candace Owens, because there's a pattern here. There's a definite pattern here. So I'm definitely suspicious of him jumping on the anti-Candace train. Again, it's not even about like, oh, we must worship Candace, she's correct about everything. No, she's gotten a lot wrong, but she's asking questions, and she did also get some stuff right. Those text messages were verified by Andrew Colvett, or whatever his name is. That was pretty big. And yeah, it just seems like there's a coordinated attack against her, and so anyone in on that is suspicious. And then you have also Nick Fuentes, weirdly enough, defending Israel, among others, and attacking Candace Owens and Ian Carroll and anyone who's critical of the Kirk mainstream narrative, which in my opinion is somewhat of a joke. There's a bunch of holes in the official narrative. A lot of people pushing the story and running the investigation are absolute jokes. So yeah, I don't know what to say here. No. So again, it's wild because again, I don't trust Candace. I'm not here to fangirl for Candace, but I'm very suspicious of people who are against Candace because, for one thing, I have yet to hear someone be against Candace Owens and also have listened to her points. And again, that's not saying Candace Owens is correct, but there's this very common pattern of people trying to, and Nick here himself fell into that when he said she's crazy or whatever. And we'll go back a second when we replay this, but yeah. Everyone says she's crazy. No one's. It's such a meme, but everyone says she's crazy. No one says she's wrong, or at least says how she's wrong. They just the biggest critics of Candace Owens are not saying what she's getting wrong.
Behind a paywall, it was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind.
Nope.
So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was
too.
assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like.
It really was devastating. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. It's very upsetting. I wasn't a huge fan. I wasn't a watcher or whatever, but it's a very significant death, and no matter who killed him, I think it's pretty clear he was killed for his beliefs, and he's an American. He is a father and a husband, although we could talk about his wife. There's some issues there, but that's not his fault. But yeah, he's a father, most importantly, and his children now do not have a father. Yeah, he was brutally murdered for his belief in free speech. I think that's pretty clear. Like, a lot of people want to say what free speech he was killed for, but regardless, I think whether leftists killed him, whether, you know, Israel killed him, whether the deep state killed him, whatever theory you go with, he was killed for his speech, because that's what he was known for. Like that was his power. He wasn't out there physically fighting people, and his notoriety was because of what he was saying. So he was clearly killed for his speech, and that's terrible that a young American father was taken from his family for his beliefs and his speech. I find it deeply upsetting, honestly. I don't know. I don't even know why it affects me quite as much as it does, but yeah, it's rough. Again, I wasn't even a fan, but something about it. It hits home. It shouldn't have happened, and I also resent that it does seem like a lot of people want to sweep it under the rug, do not want to actually look at it, and just want to be like, it was a leftist, it was this guy right here, this guy did it, let's move on. And if you disbelieve the official story, you actually hated Charlie Kirk. Nope, we're not doing that. I want actual justice.
Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry. I said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside...
I didn't do a show for like a week, but that's not unusual for me. But no, I was also somewhat devastated. It was crazy. It was shocking, and we were still like, it was also still developing. So like at first, he was shot. I heard he was shot like 3 minutes after he was, or something. It was crazy too, because I wasn't even watching news at the time. I just happened to check in at right that same time, basically. Yeah, and a lot of people were saying he was dead, but then other people were saying he wasn't. And then like an hour later or something, they said he was alive at the hospital, which might have been technically true. I don't know, but I mean, it seems clear in the aftermath that he was destroyed immediately. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it was a weird fucking time. I don't know.
Yourself. I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah.
Piers is such fucking scum. And again, I don't even like, I know it sounds weird after calling him scum, but I don't dislike him per se. I appreciate some of his content. But yeah, he's a scummy individual, like, and he just keeps trying to get Nick with the gotchas, and now he seems to be getting more and more bitter as things go on here too. And now he's like being like, well, he called you vermin, right? Blah, 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 blah. He thought you sucked.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him,
it's just
but
so dirty.
I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
But yeah, just that whole gotcha
he did.
attitude.
Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
Yes.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Like, again, just the dishonesty from Piers is annoying. Like I said, I wasn't a fan. It still affected me a lot too. Both can be true. It's like, whatever. I saw some of his content. I wish I'd been more involved prior to his death. Just so if nothing else, so I had a frame of reference. But yeah, no, I was not a fan, and I found his death extremely upsetting. So the idea that Nick Fuentes could have it, like, I mean, yeah, Nick Fuentes was closer to Charlie Kirk than I was, and it affected me too. Like, there's the whole love-hate dynamic or whatever, but so he was a rival. He was they were fighting each other on the stuff. That also makes them closer too. They're in the trenches, even if on opposite sides. They're very related on that. So, I mean, yeah, no, of course you can still find that upsetting, and Piers trying to act like you can't is disgusting.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself?
He's already been
your own
attacked.
security because of this? Because your profile's got it exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
It's a tricky one. I don't know where I come down on it. I've thought he was a Fed. There's definitely to use some of the phrasing, Fed coding. Like, there's definitely instances that could lead you to believe that. But like, I don't know. He's so fucking good at what he does too. It's like a lot of Feds are incompetent. I don't know. It's definitely a possibility. I've definitely believed it myself. I'm not gonna like pretend I didn't. I've accused Nick Fuentes of probably being a Fed. More I see of him, I'm not sure. I think he might just be an egomaniac to some extent, and he might be wrapped up in being Nick Fuentes. He created a toxic brand for himself after he got canceled at a very young age. I don't blame him for that, but he definitely embraced the labels, and that kind of created who he is now. His whole personality is being controversial. So he could be that without being a Fed. He could also be a Fed. What the fuck do I know? But I'm just saying, there are still suspicions there, but Fed is not what is being screamed out to me anymore. I again could be wrong. I've suspected him before, and maybe I was right then and wrong now. But I don't know. I'm not getting Fed.
Hire of the government.
But again, I'm also not going to defend him in a court of law and be like, I'm not going to be a character witness to him and say that I don't think he's a Fed, because I don't know that strongly. But that's not the vibe I'm getting right this very second. I'm just going off this interview. He's not screaming Fed.
Is that true?
No.
Nope.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022.
I will say, if he was working for the government, they could have just been like, yeah, just go up there and lie like that. And I had forgotten that part. Like, that is one of the Fed coded things, is that he encouraged people to go into the Capitol on January 6th. And unlike a bunch of people, including grandmas that were hunted down in the wilderness of Alaska or whatever, he was not questioned, or he was questioned, but he was not apprehended, despite being a high-profile person who was there saying people should like explicitly break down barricades. So that there are questions.
I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee, on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them.
Whatever.
I've never turned over devices.
Feds lie. If he was a Fed,
there's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th.
Okay, this is what I was talking about.
Let's take a look.
It appears we are taking the Capitol back. Keep marching and don't relent. Never relent. Bring down the
break down the barricades and disregard the police. At least it didn't say attack or whatever. But yeah, like, so ignore the police, break down barricades.
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The capital belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order.
Dude, I'm getting so fucking tired of Piers Morgan shooting himself in the foot. Like, he just comes off as an out of touch cuck here. Like, you had again, for the most part, Nick has been dominating, but this has been like the fourth time that Piers has actually had a shot against Nick, a good advantage, and he just fucking squanders it.
No, I support law and order, but on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt.
Police killed like 4 or 5 people. Like, there were, I think, 5 deaths, could have been 4, on that day, and they were all protesters. Yeah, so there's this narrative that like 6 Capitol police officers died or something. One died the next day from some weird fucking shit, and some died like 6 months later. Like, a bunch of them committed suicide. You can make of that what you will. But yeah, police shoved people off like 2-story sets of stairs. Police beat someone to death as well, that seems. I think that was one of the deaths. There's definitely video of a female police officer beating someone who was already on the ground repeatedly with a baton. There was the shooting of Ashley Babbitt, and I forget what all, because those might not have been on video, but two other protesters died. But yeah, there were 5 or 6 protester deaths on January 6th, 0 police deaths. A lot of people don't know that because it gets pushed that, you know, those 6 Capitol Police or whatever died. But yeah, I think it was like 5 protesters.
And, you know, they were throwing people off of the rafters.
Yep.
They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy and its enforcers, consequently.
A bit of a dodge, but a good answer. I mean, it's true. If you can't trust the system, that's like, if the system betrays you, if you can't trust the system, that's when things go off the rails. Like, that encourages people to, because law and order is no longer legitimate, if they're propping up a corrupt system, that is going to lead to some bad stuff.
Do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There was no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument.
Correct.
Because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, we've litigated all this now.
It's a little more complicated than that. It's a little more complicated than we've litigated that. Most of those cases were thrown out on no standing. They wouldn't even look at them. So that's one thing. We haven't litigated that shit out. And there was evidence. I shouldn't say evidence. I haven't looked into it enough. But there's cause for concern in multiple major counties. Florida being one of the big ones. There was a bunch of Broward County, I believe. It's always a bit of a problem. But yeah, no, there's massive corruption, in my opinion. I'm glad we can talk about it again. But yeah, no, I think, I'm not saying it was stolen, but I can say, I think for sure there was corruption and fraud going on there. Whether that was enough to swing the election or not is another issue, but I think a bunch of the concerns were real, and we did have largely Democrat strongholds. So, that can be in red states too, but you can have major blue cities. You had major fraud in those cities, trying to swing and perhaps swinging the election. So yeah, I don't know. I do think there is major cause for concern. Maybe not the biggest. There were other issues, like, yeah, I don't know. It's a little hard to phrase, but like, that's the thing. If they stole the election, that's almost a bigger issue than them stealing the election. The fact that they can steal the election, like, throws the whole system into chaos right there anyway, whether or not they did. So it's like, yeah, okay. So yeah, that's the thing. Even if they didn't steal the election, but I'm correct that, like, for example, there were corrupt counties in Florida that could have stolen the election. That's massive condemnation right there. So yeah, I do think no matter which way that election broke out, I do think there's enough concern there to call into question the whole system. The whole system
was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind him. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
I believe.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016...
I don't necessarily agree. I mean, people on both sides have been talking about that issue for years. Like, they accused George Bush, a Republican, of rigging the election against a Democrat, using the voting machines. There was the whole hanging chads thing. They're like, oh no, this is bullshit. And they actually did extensive recounts and everything. I don't know who won that one either. I'm not trying to take sides here. I wasn't a fan of the Republican in that instance. But yeah, so I'm just saying it breaks down on both sides. The Democrats have accused the Republicans of cheating their way into office, but then when the Republicans accuse the Democrats of cheating into office, the Democrats say there's no way. We have the most safest and securest and cuddliest and warmest and fuzziest elections in modern history, in all history in the world. We have the fuzziest elections. Believe us, folks. Cuddliest. They're very comforting. I snuggle with the elections.
35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it.
Yep, that's another big issue, is there was just more room for potential fraud as well. It was harder to do oversight.
In-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them. And they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for.
Yep, I just want to say I'm not saying it's widespread or widespread enough to swing elections or whatever, but I used to work at a place and had access to other people's mail, and I've had hundreds of ballots in my possession. I could have done all sorts of weird shit with them if I wanted. I didn't. I want that on the record, and that is honestly the truth. I didn't do anything with them, but I absolutely freaking could have. I also do know, I mean, this is a different issue, but that was an issue at the time as well. And I mean, I've registered to vote and looked at these things, and in some states, you don't really have to provide information on who you are, so you could register multiple times. I actually do know some people who did. They also claimed they didn't send in the additional ballots, but they were registered multiple times just to prove you could. Yeah, no, there's massive issues in the voting thing. Again, whether or not that's enough to swing elections is another issue, but there are significant weaknesses within the voting and vote counting systems themselves, and people pretending otherwise are either just believing a comforting narrative or completely wrong or lying. And where was I going to go with that? I was about to shift to something else, but it just slipped my mind. It's gone. Anyway, let's move on. If it comes back to me, I'll go back to
that's
it.
Unsupervised. There's thousands of them. And they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And you know that was happening in nursing homes. You know that was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging.
Massive conflict of interest. All the people involved in looking at these things were also involved in, like, that's the thing. Do you know the absolute shit show that would pop off if anyone said we've looked, like if anyone in official capacity said we've looked into this and we think the election was stolen? Like, you're calling the entire system into question, and the system taxes us like 25 to 50%. Like, there's these insane taxes and all kinds of other stuff. Shipping in immigrants. We've talked about immigrants repeatedly tonight because that's kind of part of the overall discussion we're talking about. But yeah, so they've done all these things that harm our livelihood, our civilization, and our future and our families. So if some independent investigator that was high profile just came out and said, yeah, you know what, your election got stolen, democracy is pretty cool, isn't it? I think hundreds of thousands of people would die. Like, so there's this incentive to not let that pop off. Like, if it did, it's gonna be a fucking disaster. Like, there's gonna be rioting, there's gonna be, at the very least, mild civil war, possibly an actual civil war. It depends on how things go, but cities are going to be destroyed. People are going to die. Like, it's just, so acting like there's not some incentive to keep these things going from either of those people, like the whole idea of the independent investigators, when there's this massive pressure on the entire country. I don't think anyone can actually be independent either, because the government also knows what I just said, that these people are going to die if this goes off. So you're going to have federal pressure on these investigators too. These independent investigators are going to be getting sit downs with the feds. The feds are going to be going, like, again, laying out the argument I made that do you want to kill hundreds of thousands of people? No, you're going to want to play ball with us instead. I think something like that probably would have happened.
You know that was happening? My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And you know that was happening in nursing homes. You know that was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging.
Fuck them.
That it was a free and fair election.
Of course they would. Like I said, they have to. They literally have to. There's no other answer than that our democracy is safe and secure. There's literally no other answer than that, yes, we've looked into it and found that your representation is factual. You are not being lied to. You are not being oppressed. Democracy is not fake and gay. You actually have power here. Your representatives represent you. There's no alternative to that answer.
And Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your as you have been so keen to tell me, move on. That is a separate argument. Right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th. Because what happened on J 6th is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. You know, there was that
people,
red
honestly,
mirage.
if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, you know, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great.
Again, I don't know the overall thing, but I have seen stuff that heavily hinted at some corruption in, for example, Florida and stuff. And if you're gonna flip, if like that could potentially flip the whole state. So if that's happening in a couple states, it could like that's the thing. Everyone wants to act like you need like hundreds of thousands of people to overturn the election. No, you need a couple of corrupt counties. You could do it with a couple. You could do it with a corrupt county in like 3-4 states, depending on how the election's going. You just need a Democrat or Republican ideological stronghold in a couple states. If that sort of lockdown on the vote counting is going on, you can swing the overall election by swinging those 4 states, for example. So yeah, if you have like Michigan and Florida and Georgia or something like that, if you can flip those 3 states, you could swing the election. You take those states, anyway. It's not as ridiculous as people say, because a handful of people could do it. Would be a little more than a handful, but like a couple offices of ideologically driven people could take the whole country.
I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan.
I will say, to Piers' point here, absolutely, Trump has handled this very, very badly. I think he was largely correct on his outrage over it, but he just didn't have the knowledge. He didn't have the facts. It's a very Trumpian thing. He goes off. But yeah, no, he didn't have the information to back up his point, and he ended up looking like a fool, even if he may have been correct.
It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to labour the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but
year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Okay. It's hard, and again, being disillusioned with Trump calls a lot of that into question too, because I do think to a fair extent he has betrayed us, and despite being set up, unlike anyone else, to be potentially a major power figure for our side, it makes it hard to answer who should be next, because all those people became even more untrustworthy than they already were, and I already didn't trust them further than I could throw them. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd like Massey, potentially. I don't think he's necessarily presidential material. It would be great, but yeah, probably not him. Rand Paul, he's tried and failed a couple times, I think. MTG dropped out. I don't trust her all the way either. I don't trust any of them all the way. I don't know if she's going to try to stage a comeback. Don't really want a woman president either. Don't care. Based. That's like, again, I don't want to black pill here. I think culturally things are changing. I think I do see hope. I think also, if we're just talking religiously, I think a lot of more people are coming back to God, so to speak. I think there's some hope there too. I think that might be one of the answers. But yeah, as far as like who the next presidential candidate should be, I don't have a good answer. I see a lot of problems with all the people. JD Vance, a lot of people want to get on board. I have some deep suspicions about him. There's the whole Palantir Peter Thiel connection, a bunch of psychopaths. So yeah, JD Vance rose too quickly and was deeply connected to a bunch of anti-human psychopaths from a very young age. And so he's kind of, I like a lot of what he said. I'm not hating on JD Vance. I just can't find it in myself to trust him either. Again, I don't trust anyone of these people though, so that's not huge condemnation, but still I have serious concerns about JD Vance, because I think he is, despite a lot of good things he said, I think he's somewhat artificial. I've said before, I like Tucker Carlson. I think he's a force for good. I think he's a voice for morality. I'm not sure I'd want to see him as president either. I'd see him over other people, but he's a freaking journalist. I don't like journalists, and I don't trust him on like I said, I like him on a lot. He's failed on some other things though. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have the answer. I don't see any, because again, you're going to have to be high profile to be a presidential contender. So yeah, even if I knew people in my own personal life, I'm like, I'd trust them to be president. They're not going to be president. No one I know is going to be president. So yeah, I don't have a good answer is what I'm getting at. None of the people, like, there are people I like some of what they'd say, but I don't trust any of them. Anyway, again, wasn't trying to black pill. I do see hope. I do see people changing their perspectives, which is one of the most important things. I've said repeatedly, I think I think a lot of it does come down to culture and ideology more so than actual politics, policies, or people. But it is just kind of wild. I don't know what we do on the executive level in 2028 or even 2026. Like 2026 is going to be an interesting midterm, but as far as presidential candidates go, I don't even know what we're doing in 2028. I hope it's not Vance, but again, most of the other people are even worse if slightly less sinisterly connected. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming JD Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There's
it's weird. I don't think Elon Musk or Tucker Carlson has as much power as he's giving credit for, and I think it's weird he drew them in there. That's again, I'll let him go. He's a persuasive guy. Maybe he's got a good argument there, but that's not what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk pulling the big shots, making the big decisions here. Elon Musk somewhat more so, but Tucker Carlson seems kind of off on his own. He doesn't even have a phone. No, I'm just kidding. That was a callback to earlier when Nick was mocking him. So yeah, I think Tucker is more connected than he lets on, but I still don't think he's one of the major power players. Think things would probably be better if he was. Again, don't even fully trust the dude, but I think if he was calling the shots, we might be in a better situation. But no, I don't think he's deciding who the next president's going to be. Elon probably also not.
Seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million, $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters, spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races, trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a jeet. What does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
Oh my God.
No, there's actually a different reason. The reason why I said that,
This
if you watched the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that.
Oh, why do you think that's a gotcha?
There's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you don't feel any accountability for the millions of young people.
Piers is so bad at this. Like, as much as I've criticized him for these shaming tactics, when you have something, at least hold him to account. The accusation was that, you were getting on his case for calling JD Vance's wife a jeet. Hammer that shit home. He didn't address the issue, but you're shifting. Like, it's just so incompetent. Again, the shaming tactic doesn't work in general because he's not going along with it. But this is still just bad.
You know, the real mass deportation candidate, he's going to
totally
have to explain to
dodged the
them
answer.
what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction?
Mostly.
And
Because
you
it is
don't
a
feel any
contradiction.
accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur.
Okay,
I
he
think
did.
it's fine to use it.
Okay, I'm wrong. He did go back to the slur, and it's still weak though.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone.
We're
for you.
almost there.
Okay. So you don't miss out.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. We can do this.
Okay, Nick Fuentes, we've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What is your...
I've been talking for nearly... Oh, geez, we're past 6, guys. How did I triple it? Not quite, because we had the other one. But yeah, I tripled it pretty much. Let's
view
go.
of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer. But I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Because he's the Pope?
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that.
Have he condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Shut the fuck up. Just stop. I almost just want to, just for meme value, just like cut it right here. We've only got like 2.5 more minutes. I just want to be like, no, we're fucking done. I'm almost gonna do it, but no, we'll see it through. But holy shit, I'm sick of this shit. You admitted to Piers Morgan. I got Nick Fuentes to admit he was a racist as a joke, and I got him to admit there were 600 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. I'm a good boy. Fuck off.
Oh, you know, this racist, I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
How many? He's so fucking insufferable. I keep doing these like, pause, I'm gonna react, and then like, I don't even know what to say other than that he's a fucking smug bitch. What do I do? What do I do here? No. Let's continue.
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Is that a problem?
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about.
I've given him 6.
A lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Unlike you.
I like, for some reason, it's hilarious hearing someone describe themselves as boisterous. I don't know, like it's already a underused word, and then to describe yourself as, yes, I am a boisterous person.
I'm willing to be a little well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about,
damn Skippy.
People are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them, and I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean the clip thing. We've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet? So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years, so this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds. If you
I made up my own mind.
What you do, please like and subscribe the channel so that we can keep doing it. I'm back tomorrow. Until then, whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored.
Oh, I feel a little bad. I feel a little bad. I know he likes it, but I still feel a little bad. Jeez. All right, that was brutal. I'm glad it's over. No, like I enjoyed it. Again, I was laughing so hard I was crying multiple times, but yeah, I'm glad it's over. Again, we turned a 2-hour video into a 6-hour react. I was thinking more 4 hours, but we did 6. Yeah, I don't know. I think it went pretty well. I think I got to say what I wanted to say. Yeah, I don't know. Again, glad it's over. Glad it's over. Tired. It's past 2 in the morning. We'll probably call it here. Let me go. Yeah, I'm enjoying the new model quite well. It's not entirely new. I've basically just got a schmancy hat. Why is it yeah, why am I leaning so much? Whatever. We'll just embrace the lean, but there we go. Okay, if I hunch a little bit, we can normalize that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, I like the new changes to the model. I like the little bit of flame. Whoa. I like the other stuff. I like the, again, I'm going to set it up on the Stream Deck as well, because for now I just have to trigger it manually, but I like being able to get the toggles on. Those can be chat based too. Like for example, if you type mustache, you can give me a mustache. Like chat can do that. I didn't advertise that because it wasn't really relevant, and I only had the one chatter anyway. But yeah, I'll put those in the profile at some point. But yeah, no, it's pretty fun. I like it. I'm using a whole new program for the my throat's killing me too. I'm using a whole new program for the tracking capture, and I really like it. It's got a few things that I don't like as much, but for the most part, it just everything about it, aside from those few things, are amazing. V9, if you're curious. But yeah, it's so much. It's got so many more features. The tracking itself can be a little less good. I think I mostly worked that out. Good. It's tracking the surprise whenever I want it to. Mostly. But yeah, it's not perfect. There are some things I like slightly less than the other program, which was VC Face. But for the most part, it's freaking killer. There's just so many freaking commands. Why isn't this? Oh, because I was using the wrong thing. But yeah, there's just so many things I can trigger all over the place. Like, look, I have it's snowing. I have a hat. It's I have lights that do their own thing. But anyway, no, it's amazing. And again, I think it actually, I haven't tracked. I think it probably uses less resources. The capture is incredibly efficient. Like amazingly up there, got our hat back. It's amazingly efficient. You use, I forget what it's called. Where the frick? What is it called anyway? Spout. You can use Spout to send the output there directly, which has plenty of advantages. I think it is smoother. I think it, like I said, I think it probably uses less resources. But then one of the, why did that get pulled up off the screen though? That's pissing me off. But yeah, one advantage is it's not dependent on, is it pulling out a little bit? Doesn't really seem like it. Yeah, I think I can. But yeah, anyway, it's capturing directly from the program, and it's not a screen capture like some of the other ones, so I can move it around. It doesn't care about menus like the other program would. If I had the menus up when I was in full screen here, you'd see some of it on the bottom and the right side of the screen. Here, if you were actually looking at the program, it's actually covered by menus and stuff right now, but because it's capturing the specific layer, I can do whatever I want on the surface and it won't get in the way. I can minimize the window. I can I can resize the window. I just resized it to, oh, okay, never mind. I thought that didn't interfere, but it looks like it did a little bit. I'm up here now. Anyway, okay, so it's not 100%, but yeah, no, I'd never do that anyway. I can minimize, right? Yep. Okay, I'm minimized right now. It's still capturing the under layer though. Anyway, like I said, I'm really liking it. There's just a lot to like here. Let's go ahead, just make sure save settings. Up. Saving settings did freeze it briefly. That's fine. Again, not something I normally do. I was just messing around with it. All right, I think that'll do it. Let's see if there's anyone we want to raid. I wonder if it'll let me raid Leaflet with however many people I currently have. Let's see if we can do that. What do we get anyway? Oh, we got another. We got a. Wait. Oh no, that's not it. Oh, we got an achievement. New day, new stream. All right. Yeah. Let's see if it'll let me. Where is my? There we go. A raid channel. Let's see if it'll let me raid Leaflet. I have no clue if it will. Some people let me. Oh, that's not it. Leaflet. Let's see if it'll let me raid. All right. Anyway, thank you for watching, everybody. Peace. Unable to raid Leaflet at this time. You, come on. What are you doing? I don't even know who you are. We have followed some people.
Buffs and heals. Fucking amazing shit.
I'm not super familiar with this person, but let's see if it'll let us raid you. That is fine. All right, we're just trying to wind down here. I wish it would tell you whether or not you could raid before you try to start the raid. It's pretty annoying. Anyway, but yeah, I'll just keep doing it. I'll just try to find someone to raid. Maybe we'll go here, maybe we won't. But anyway, thanks for watching, people. Peace. Unable to raid. All right. Fuck. And we don't have any of our much smaller streamers. We could just throw it to Iron Mouse. I don't know if she accepts raids from smaller streamers either. I think we just frickin' call it. That's too bad that none of our raids worked. Yeah. Anyway, who cares? All right, we'll get there. We're just gonna keep shrugging along. I think that was a pretty fun stream. I mean, I know that was a pretty fun stream. Holy shit, that was amazing. All right, thanks for watching. Peace. Peace. I did see I think I have that on the list, so I'm not gonna add it again. But yeah, speaking of improvements I want to make, I did see that there's a program a free program, I believe, that will let me take postures, so I might be able to modify it so I can do a salute or something like that, even with the 3D. Like 2D, you can have different drawn postures. 3D, it's a little harder, but you can rig the 3D model in various programs and then save that as a posture and then be able to shape the body in that way. But anyway, no, had a good time enjoying the new model. Thanks for watching, everybody. I do wish we could have sent this off to someone on a raid, but none of those worked out. So it is what it is. Thanks for watching. I will catch you later. Peace. Peace.